Hello and welcome, fans, to Okotoks Dawgs baseball from beautiful Seaman Stadium. My name's Conrad Wood. Joining me in the booth today is once again Mike Gould. And Mike, I don't know if animosity would be the correct words for how these two teams are feeling after the last time they met only 4 days ago, if my math is correct. Wasn't very good at that one in school. But a couple of rain delays and rainouts have led to this makeup game taking place here at Seaman Stadium on a Wednesday rather.
Yeah, two postponed games. We saw it on the Sunday and the Monday. No surprise, really. I mean, when you saw the rash of weather that sort of drenched southern Alberta over the last little while. In total, over the last, including today, we're looking at two postponed games today. Yesterday, two postponed games. The day before that, two postponed games. And on the Sunday, 3. So on 4 days, that is 9 postponed games across the entire WCBL. It's a miracle that some have actually taken place when you look at the amount of precipitation that we have seen. Thankfully, no overland flooding that we know of.
Well, you would know. Your parents live in one of the low-lying areas of Calgary. So it's an interesting one here throughout southern Alberta. I took a walk on the outfield track before the game, and everything looks like it's dried up well enough out in the outfield. But we will have to see as this game goes on. Of course, probably nowhere near what we saw last year when there were big puddles in the outfield throughout most of the season. But a little bit of extra precipitation.
Conrad, you can't refer to opposing outfielders as puddles.
Well, you know, if we looked back to that 8-run mercy ruling, maybe that's the way we should have referred to a lot of the pitching staff.
Oof.
A lot of free passes issued, 26 runs on only 19 hits for the Dawgs. So, and what was it? It was everyone who came into the game other than one person had an RBI?
Yeah, that's right. So, end of the day, the Dawgs finished that game with more RBI than hits.
Yeah.
Which is wild. But that's because they walked 12 times, which is something I don't think I've seen very often in my broadcasting career. Hank Griffin had 3 walks all on his own. A hat trick of walks. You don't see that. You typically see maybe a hat trick of strikeouts, but a hat trick of walks is something else entirely. And in the end, we saw Ricky Sanchez score 5 runs. 5 of the 26 runs were just by the Dawgs starting shortstop in that game. So,
and I don't want to steal thunder from our presentations team, but it's funny. He scores 5 runs, not nominated for Dog of the Day.
Unbelievable.
So it's kind of interesting there. And before we get any further into our programming, just going to tell you who's manning the bases today. Home plate umpire is Brad Johnson, Jamie Thiessen over at first, and Lonnie Smith is at third base. So another veteran umpiring crew here for the WCBL, as we are proud to bring you game number 4 of the Okotoks Dawgs season here from beautiful Seaman Stadium. A little bit of talking about the weather as well, as you can see on your broadcast screens. It is a beautiful blue sky day out here in Okotoks, as it is a gorgeous day.
Much overdue, I was going to say, Conrad, is we've seen lots of clouds, lots of rain, lots of ugliness in the sky over the last couple of weeks. And to get this blue sky and beautiful summer breeze, or I suppose late spring breeze, is just a welcome feeling and a welcome sight here in southern Alberta. The breeze is sort of coming towards home plate, I would suppose, from left field. So we'll see if that is maybe a help to Landon Kaufman out in that part of the ballpark.
Yeah, Landon once again pulling back into the lineup out in left field. He's really the only change. Well, and the man behind the plate as well, Jaden Lusk, drawing in. It seems like it's going to be a kind of a committee calling the signs from behind the plate this year. And Cal Gates moving out of the outfield into that DH spot to allow Kaufman to jump into play. Of course, we didn't see Leo Cote on Saturday. Again, don't see him today. Haven't heard anything from Savannah Blakely on that one.
Well, and one other change that has been made is that Ricky Sanchez is not batting leadoff for the Dawgs today. He'll be in the 2-hole because Aiden Krause comes in for the Okotoks Dawgs, replacing Jeremy Kuiper. The entire outfield has just shifted around a little bit. They've got Jordan Keeveman, the left fielder from last game, switched to right this time around.
Yeah, it's kind of that you can play both corners on the infield, you play both corners on the outfield. You kind of have that speed specialist in center, and hey, the fact that they don't have Cal Gates out there kind of changes how their defensive positioning has to be played, because he covered the 80% or the 60% of earth that isn't covered by water was covered by Cal Gates. And this is going to be a motivated Bull squad coming in. You don't ever like giving up 10 or 12, let alone 26. So you have to think there was some messaging shared to their pitching staff of, hey, we can't let that happen again.
Well, you'd never like to see 10 runs given up in one inning, and that's what we saw, I believe, in the 4th inning last time around. It was quite something. I've never seen that before. I've never seen the 1 and the 0 flashing up on the main screen. It was something to behold.
But we'll head down to field level as we will join Landon Coots in progress.
360 promo crew, and it is so good to see you all here as we take on the Bulls. Now let's get her started the way we always do, and that is with our Serenity Fine Jewelry Dog of the Day. I want you to give a big round of applause. Turner Sadunik. He went 2 for 5, 4 RBIs, 2 doubles. A mighty good Dawgs player, and today's Serenity Fine Jewelry Dog of the Day. One more time, let's give it up for him. Hey, I'm going to give a shout out because I think he's in there right now as well. Brought to you by Armadillo Acupuncture. Our bat boy today is Teddy Bartel. Big round of applause for Teddy. And up on the concourse, be sure to say hello to one of our friends we have here set up, Solar YYC. It is a great day to get into solar, and especially when we have the sun like we do right now. They're up on the concourse, so go say hello. Now, without further ado, let's get tonight's starting lineup. We're going to throw it up to the Bill McAlpine press box. Hey, Mike, take it away.
Dawgs fans, please welcome tonight's starting lineup for your Okotoks Dawgs. Leading off out of Indiana University, center fielder, number 5, Aiden Krause. Batting second out of Gonzaga University, the shortstop, number 8, Ricky Sanchez. Hitting third out of Indiana University, the designated hitter, number 3, Cal Gates. Hitting fourth out of Tennessee Tech University, third baseman, number 10, Connor Carlson. Hitting fifth out of Vernon College, the catcher, number 16, Jaden Lutz. Hitting sixth out of Tennessee Tech University, the first baseman, number 44, Nash Kroll. Hitting seventh out of Wright State University, the right fielder, number 33, Jordan Keeveman. Hitting eighth out of the University of Mary, the second baseman, number 6, Hank Griffin. Batting ninth out of the University of Portland, the left fielder, number 2, Landon Kaufman. And starting on the mound tonight out of Gonzaga University, number 41, Gabe Brabeck.
Baseball fans, I'll ask you to rise if you're able. Remove your hats and join Brett and Rose in the singing of our national anthem.
The singing voice of Bretton Rose bringing you our national anthem. And we called it a breeze earlier, starting to gust a little bit more. Of course, your weather 18 degrees Celsius and partly sunny, but that wind is starting to whip away. And starting on the mound today is going to be a new starter for the Dawgs, wearing number 41, or correction, number 20. Oh, well, I'm wrong.
What number
it
is it,
is number
Conrad?
41, Gabe Brabick.
Yeah, righty. 6'2", 195 pounds out of Ashland High School in Ashland, Oregon. Now at Gonzaga, where he has, a decent run this year. 1-1 already. Through how many games? 4 games. He started all 4, so he's being used pretty heavily. I'm not going to tell you the ERA. It's a little bit high, but it's a small sample size. Last year, 3-3 with Gonzaga. And pitched 40 and a third innings, allowing 37 hits, 29 runs, 29 earned runs, 11 home runs, conceded 29 walks, and struck out 33.
Comes in with a 4-seam change and a slider. So a 3-pitch mix. I've heard it's a heavy slider rotation for Brabick. And when I have a little poll that I send to our players every year, and one of our question is, what's the go-to snack on the bus? And he just said, whatever Ricky's got.
Oh, wow.
So,
He knows where to go already.
well, he hasn't figured out that Ashton Luera is secretly the one who brings all the best snacks.
We saw Ashton Luera hit the other night, Conrad.
Yeah, the general closer. I went and talked to him after the game, and I asked him, when do you think your last meaningful at-bat was? He said, well, technically last year I came into bat for the Dawgs. I didn't take the bat off my shoulder, though. So he said back in JUCO, his first year at JUCO, there was a switch-hitting catcher before they found out he can throw in the mid-90s.
Wow.
So leading off now for Lethbridge, Caleb Haney. And Haney did play in that last affair between the Dawgs and Bulls.
Yeah, Haney had one of their 7 hits in that game, and he actually came around and scored their only run as well.
Speaking of hits, he'll hit it right to Connor Croson, and Connor makes his most familiar throw over to Nash Kroll. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Solid start for Gabe Brabick, who, before he went to Gonzaga, he was at Lynn Benton Community College, where he earned first-team All-NWAC honors. That stands for not the, oh my goodness, I just looked up NWAC, and all I'm getting is I believe it's the Northwest Athletic Conference, not the Native Women's Association of Canada. But he was first team all NWAC at Lynn Benton, going with 90 strikeouts and a 1.18 ERA at that school.
Not bad at the JUCO, and you hear a lot of guys coming out of that Lynn Benton program coming into the WCBL.
Tons.
As Milton fouls that one off. Josh Milton, he was 1 for 3 in that last affair. One of the few guys who didn't strike out as well for the Bulls. Wind and fires his Brabick, and that one will be fouled off. So ahead 1-2 early with 1 away for the Dawgs. And working quickly is Brabick.
He's a quick worker. He's got good strength up there on the pitcher's mound.
And hey, it's got to give you some confidence playing all year with Ricky Sanchez, who goes up and grabs that one 2 away real quickly for the Dawgs.
That is quite the leap by Ricardo Sanchez over at short. Maybe not the greatest one we've seen from him, but certainly one that commands a little bit of attention.
And maybe not the most necessary as well. I think he could have snagged that one by reaching up, but gets the good hops, and I think he's joking around with Connor Croson about how he felt he needed that one more than he did. They'll shift the infield all the way over towards first base, and Claire out swings at that first opportunity. Snagged, just knocked down by Hank Griffin.
Yeah, a worthwhile effort there by the Dawgs' second baseman, who ran over to his left and did everything he could, threw himself onto the ground, but ended up just preventing that one from getting into the outfield.
So 1 for 1 is the first baseman Carter Clare out, and he'll hand off to Lee Matsuzaki, the left fielder. He was gone from hitting in the 7 hole to hitting in the 4 spot today. He was 0 for 3 in that previous affair. Good eye there. Brings it to a 1-0 count. Shifted still slightly over to the right are the Dawgs. Double play depth from the middle infielders, despite the count being 2 away already.
Might as well just, what's that phrase? Cover all the bases?
Mike, your pun game is in mid-season form
I don't
already.
I don't really think that was a pun. Just sort of, you know, it's just saying something.
That one leveled well. Kaufman in pursuit, but it'll find the grass. Clairhout rounds third, and he isn't given the stop sign. Throw coming in for Croson, well high. So we'll call it a double and then advancing on the throw, but the Bulls score early.
Yeah, that was extremely well hit by Matsuzaki off the bat. You could see it had a great amount of carry, and it was basically right between the two outfielders rather out there and left. And it landed right in front of the warning track, I think, and hit off the wall for a easy double. And as you mentioned, Conrad, he made it into third without breaking a sweat.
Yeah, I think if this was happening on Saturday, that one might have left the ballpark.
Yeah.
With the wind going the opposite direction, probably held it in a little bit. That delivery up high here to Cardell Dick.
Sorry, go.
Do believe he's a third of the siblings to play in the WCBL. I could be wrong on that though.
Would be pretty impressive if he was a third generation WCBLer.
Yeah, that would be impressive considering the age of the WCBL.
Yeah, what, like a 20-year-old league, something like that? Well, I guess it's older than that. I mean, it was created in 1975.
Correct.
That created the foundation for the WCBL.
And Dick gets that one. Will it soar foul? It will. Out into the core 4, but on the wrong side of that foul pole. So the Bulls seeing Brabick very well, but just not able to keep that one on the field of play. So the count will be 1-2.
It's funny, I've been doing games in this league for 2-3 years now. There we go.
Swing and a miss. Brabick allows some contact, but gets the K to end the inning.
We'll tell the story after we get back.
We'll tell the story on the other side of these messages on FloCollege.
And your umpires for tonight's contest: home plate Brad Johnson, first base Jamie Thiessen, and third base Lonnie Smith. The first inning is presented by Capital Direct. When life throws you a curveball, homeowners have options. Discover flexible home equity and mortgage solutions at capitaldirect.ca.
Caden Willard on the mound here for the Lethbridge Bulls, making his first WCBL appearance of the year. And I know the initial plan for Lethbridge was to have one of their returners in, I can't remember what his name is off the top of my head, but he was not the intended starter on Sunday. So got through a couple extra arms there before the weekend.
That's right. Well, that's the thing. I mean, it sort of goes both ways. They got through more pitchers than they wanted, but then they have
3 unexpected days of rest.
It was Ethan Webster that slipped my mind. But leading it off is the center fielder, Aiden Kraus.
So just to finish off what I was saying in the top of the first, the WCBL, this is something I never looked up in the 2 years that I've been here in this league, has only been named the WCBL since 2018. I did not know that. Dates back to 1931 and various different mergers and whatnot, but it has only existed in its current form basically since, 1975 or so.
First pitch in to Kraus is a ball. So you're saying that the Dawgs have been in Okotoks longer than this iteration of the WCBL?
Yeah. Well, it was the Western Major Baseball League, and then it changed to the Western Collegiate League.
That one fielded well at third. Can Kraus beat it out? Ruled he did not. It was a close call there at first base, but not quite in time. That slow roller fielded well at third base.
Well, I must say, Conrad, it is strange to hear Ricky Sanchez's walk-up music second in the first inning.
Yeah, it's certainly uncommon. We saw it a few times so far this year, but definitely more used to seeing it in the leadoff spot. As you said, Sanchez crossed the plate 5 times, and he'll see that ball right across the plate. Goes down 0-1.
Feels like an eternity ago that we were wondering why Ricky was striking out so much. He hasn't done so since.
This is true. A little bit of a different arm slot here for Willard.
I was going to comment on that as well, Conrad. It is a very interesting release point. It almost, it works for him, it seems to. I almost sort of liken it to a dad playing catch at the park.
Yeah, it's kind of that little bit lower than 3/4. Almost looks a little bit casual, but, it's getting to the plate quickly, and obviously has got ahead to Ricky Sanchez, but has fallen behind 2-1. Deals here, and Sanchez gets a good piece of that one. Will it be in range? No, it'll go off the wall, and Ricky will have extra bases. I think he'll stop at 2, but a stand-up double for Ricardo Sanchez.
And look at that, they're playing tug of war at second base. See that?
I think if I remember correctly, the shortstop for Sylvan also is a Gonzaga player. So a couple of dogs in this one.
That was pretty funny. Kind of doing a bit of a, hey, I got you. Let me pull you off the base. That was pretty good.
Handling the DH duty today is Cal Gates, and Cal has had a lot of speed on the base path so far this season.
Well, and Cal tied Turner Zanunik with the most RBI for the Dawgs in that game on Saturday with 4 apiece.
Gates takes the first pitch for a strike.
I have still so many more national treasure puns to get through with Cal Gates this season. He steals bases. He steals the Declaration of Independence.
Save them for him, Peters here, please. But Cal Gates gets a load of that baseball, but it will be caught in the air. That'll force Ricky back to second. 2 away for the Dawgs.
Yeah, already a couple of well-hit balls off of this Lethbridge pitcher, and we'll see how that continues here. But so far, the Dawgs are really getting good wood on the balls.
Connor Croson will get his pre-batting superstitions through as he steps to the dish. And if there's somebody who knows about hitting home runs in this ballpark, number 10 is up on that list, probably only behind number 44, who was 2 spots in the roster below him. Takes a little peek to second. Ricky not really being watched at all, but Connor will watch that one. Missed the bottom corner of the strike zone. 1-0 the count.
It's funny, Conrad, when I first started here a couple of years ago, I expected to see more home runs. That's maybe the one thing about this game that is different from most baseball that you see.
Well, and you have to remember, this is a large ballpark here at Siemens Stadium. You go down a little bit down south of this province, go to Brooks. You'll see lots of them, Mike. Helps that the left corner is 284, if my brain is remembering correctly.
Wow.
Where we have the full 330 here. And Okotoks a little bit less windy than Brooks is historically. And Connor Croson tattoos that ball at the middle. Ricky Sanchez will round. And just like that, we have a tie ball game 1-1, an RBI for the Crow Show.
Yeah, relatively leisurely stroll by Sanchez there from second base to home. And wouldn't you know it, we got both teams scoring a run in the same inning. Did we see that at all last time around? We did. But of course, that time it was the Dawgs outscoring the Bulls 9-1 in the fifth.
Yeah, almost had that double blinking 1-0 last game. And the catcher will step in, and it is Jaden Lusk. Lusk, of course, did not play in the last game between these two. Of course, it was Lachlan Mode handling the catching on Saturday.
Lusk probably very sorry that he didn't play in that game with the way that the Dawgs piled up the individual statistics.
I don't think you're necessarily wrong on that one, Mike. When you have your closer come in to take at bats, it's never going to be a bad thing for your team. Rosen takes a bit of a crow hop over at first. We'll go to 1-1.
Lachlan Maud, who played in Lusk's spot on Saturday, went relatively conservative 1 for 4 in that game for the Dawgs, but he still came around and scored twice.
That one's going to get over the head of the third baseman. Croson going to run through the stop sign, and he is out of here. Ran through the stop sign, and that'll be all the Dawgs right here in the first.
Ooh. Wow, that was not even close, unfortunately, for the Dawgs at third. Out by a country mile, as they say.
So they will retire the Dawgs, and we'll head out of this one. A tie ball game, 1-1. We'll be back after these messages on FloCollege.
Fans that think they are faster than our dog. It is, of course, are you faster than Diggity? Going head-to-head against Diggity, we've got Marley, Jason, Tempe, and Malachi. When I count down, it is going to be them against Diggs, and whoever gets to me first is the winner. Diggity lost one and won one, so he's 1-1 right now. Will he get it? We've got the kids, they're lined up, they are ready to go. When I say go, I want you to make as much noise as you can for them. 3, 2, 1, go! Here they come! Whoa. Diggity's putting on good fire, we're almost there, but he's making it look easy! Easy! Oh, man! Great job, Marley, Jason, Tempe, Malachi, right there. Big round of applause. Holy.
Dawgs fans, direct your attention to right field in the new Mr. Rooter sign. If that sign gets hit during the game, one lucky fan is going to walk away with $1,000.
I'd take $1,000 from Mr. Rooter, wouldn't you, Mike?
Probably.
But yeah, that's that sign out in right field. Just waiting for somebody to hit it. Of course, don't have a lot of guys that push the ball to that side of the field in the lineup. But speaking of plays from the outfield, a great gun down from Josh Milton out in right to cut down Connor Croson. They haven't thrown an E up on the scoreboard because you don't often see the running errors go up, but definitely ran through a stop sign, did Connor Croson. But leading it off is going to be Brendan McTavish. Wonder if he's in consideration for coaching the Oilers just because of his last name.
Wow, cutting.
1-1 the count, and a big hack there from McTavish.
Yeah, as I say, he's swinging for the shell station with something like that.
Yeah, and we haven't had the scoreboard get hit yet this season.
Oh, it'll happen.
Oh, 100%. It always does. That one up high, and 2-1 the count now.
It almost happened there if you want to call Brendan McTavish the scoreboard.
2-1 here for Brabick. He needs to keep it a little bit down. Just a little bit below the knees, and the toss back from Lusk pulls the pitcher off the mound.
Yeah, that was a ball.
A bit outside from the catcher. Brabick stands 3-1 the count. Up to the top corner.
Yeah.
McTavish thought he was heading off with the free pass, but 3-2 the count.
No, that was beautifully placed, and the Dawgs are now watching their pitcher to see if he can make a strikeout out of this.
Swing and fouled off. Kind of went off the side of Lusk's glove. He probably kicking himself, wishing he could have closed the glove on top of that one and stealing out for his pitcher. We'll go to the 3-2 all over again. Brabec Rocks fires. That one's well outside, and the free pass will be issued just 2 pitches later than thought.
So that'll bring up Noah McNeil, who's the DH in the 7 spot for this Lethbridge team tonight. And we saw him on Saturday. He went 0 for 3 with 1 strikeout in that big loss.
A lot of guys went over on this squad, so don't think you can point too many fingers for that result.
Certainly not.
Brabec deals. Doesn't get the strike call on the tall lefty. Probably is thinking, where did I miss on that one? The 0-1 delivery. That one popped up into the Okotoks skies, the blue skies of Okotoks.
Yeah, it really is a gorgeous evening. You come to appreciate these nights so much more when you are just out from underneath a torrent of rain.
Yeah, it's not often in Alberta you see constant rains for day on ends. You get the hard thunderstorms in the summer after the sun, but don't usually see the long extended periods of rain. You don't usually see a swing that unconvincing from these Bulls. Kind of just threw the bat at that one. Goes into a 1-2 count, does McNeil. Neil right back up the middle. Jumping out of the way was Brabec, and that'll be a hard hit single, and suddenly runners in scoring position for the Bulls.
Yeah, that was a sharp shot right up the middle. Not much that Brabec could do but get out of the way, as that was basically a missile seeking one of his legs.
Apologies on the scoreboard, folks. It is the bottom half of the second. Oh, the scoreboard was working, the outs weren't. That's on me, folks. Coming up to bat now is Luke Wheatley. Wheatley, the righty, in the 8th spot today. A long look in at second. That one down in the dirt. Wheatley gets out of the way. 1-0 the count.
I think that was supposed to be my job, Conrad, doing this scoreboard, so I will take the blame on that one. And I'm sure our listeners are eager to assign blame.
We got some of the best fans in baseball in the WCBL. I'm sure they'll give us a little bit of leniency. Hey, we don't get a preseason to warm up here, so.
Doing our best.
Swing and a miss. A healthy hack there from Wheatley. We saw Wheatley in the previous affair, correct?
I believe so. Wheatley was in the 9 hole. He did get a hit. He went 1 for 3, but with a strikeout of his own.
And one of the Wheatleys, I apologize, Luke Wheatley, because we got a pair of Wheatleys, and he'll swing over the top of that one into a 1-2 hole.
You're right. This is Luke Wheatley. And last game, we saw Jack Wheatley, and they're batting back-to-back, Conrad.
So we did not see Luke. We saw Jack. He was in the 9 hole again. And I have to wonder if it's twins or siblings. I'll do some more research on that. We didn't get the lineup from Lethbridge until just before this one. But a dropped third strike, but he'll just walk his way to the dugout. Another strikeout on the record for Brabec.
Yeah, he blew that one by him. He clearly does have solid velocity on those high-speed pitches. And not a whole lot that the third baseman could do to catch up with that one.
So it will be Jack Wheatley stepping in. And he will look at a ball in the dirt for an 1-0 count. Of course, second base being monitored closely by Hank Griffin.
Yeah, definitely a time where the Dawgs would love to turn 2, as we saw them do numerous times on Saturday.
3 double plays in the field from the Dawgs. But hey, if you're just going to fan batters looking a little ridiculous, I don't think you'll be too upset.
Yeah, tough to assign too much blame to these hitters when they're seeing pitches that are really, really tough.
Well, to be fair, there's a reason that you're a pitcher at Gonzaga. Is that one came with some velocity, leaves with some velocity, and it's going to be another run for the Bulls. As crossing the plate is McTavish. And that's the way you can make a pitcher pay for putting a man freely on first base.
Yeah, no kidding, Conrad. That was a sharply hit ball by every metric. You could see that one just zooming off the bat, and I actually think it's relatively impressive that we saw Aiden Krause get over in center field to field it before it hit to the wall.
Manages to make it just a long single.
Could have very easily been extra bases had it been hit just a few feet to the left.
That one will be called a ball. We go back to the top of the order to Caleb Haney. He hit into a 5-3 out in his first at bat.
Well, and I will say, Conrad, I mean, obviously we're here in Okotoks, we're the Dawgs broadcasters, but by the same token, it just adds so much to the entertainment value of the game to have two teams that are going at it like this. Obviously, it's in the early stages, but nobody really enjoys a 26-1 victory, even the team that wins. I mean, at a certain point, you just kind of want it to be over.
Yeah, I was hearing a few chants from or talks from fans, and not necessarily players, definitely more the fans, calling it almost just a live BP.
Yeah,
that game.
Yeah, it was not really all that entertaining at a certain point, and you started to feel for the Bulls, and so I think it makes it so much more engaging when you're actually, given reason to cheer.
And the pickoff attempt at first will find its way into the outfield. So another free run to the Bulls is it will be Nash McNeil trotting his way over home plate.
Well, and again, it's just more competitive, and that's an unforced error. That's a Dawgs player maybe making a bad throw or the first baseman just missing it.
I think that one was not catchable for Nash Kroll, and so it is going to go up as an E1.
Mm-hmm. Which totally reasonable. And so now the Dawgs have put themselves into a bit of a hole. They've proven themselves capable of scoring 26 runs in a game, not even a full game.
And hey, it's been a story of the WCBL this year thus far. Runs coming in bunches regardless of who's the home and away team and regardless of the ballpark. But we'll go back to a 3-1 count here. That one will be fouled off. Count will be full here for Caleb Haney. Thought he'd have gone to first on the ball in the dirt, but no, this isn't banana ball where you can steal first.
That's a shame. Should be able to steal whatever you want.
That take coming from Mike Larceny Gould. That one popped high into the Okotoks skies and has to get back to second. That'll be an unforced base running error.
Wow.
The Dawgs turn two and they get out of the inning, only putting up the 2 spot. The most unconventional was that a 6-3 unassisted double play.
I almost wonder if he forgot how many outs there were. Thought there were 2 outs, just decided to run it in case it was dropped, and then, oops, got to go back, no time.
But we will, speaking of time, we'll be back on time to start the home half of the inning when we return after these messages. I told you we'd be back on time, and we are. The home half of the Dawgs versus the Bulls, and it'll start off with a little bit of Funky Town as Nash Bash Kroll steps up to the plate.
Dawgs Academy alumnus Nash Kroll from Tennessee Tech University. A guy who always surprises me, makes me forget that I'm watching a college level game, because I'll admit Nash Kroll looks like his age is on the back of his jersey sometimes.
Nash Kroll takes up and in. He does crowd the plate slightly, but that one was almost a little bit of sweet chin music. 1-0 the count.
Like, that is a grown man, and he is younger than me.
Inside once again, and Kroll gets out of the way.
Such a fun player to watch, though.
Well, and he's also the leader of the Tarp Slide Brigade if we ever have a rainout. So look for that if you're at Siemens Stadium during a rain delay. And that one, again, and that's 3 times Kroll's like, okay, I'm getting out of the way. I'm not really that close. Like, he has a couple of inches between his toes and that inside white line. But I can understand pitching around the strike zone to Nash Kroll. And that'll be a 4-pitch walk to the Dawgs power hitter. Hey, and we saw it in the previous half an inning. 390s lead to runs.
Well, you can see, I mean, other teams respect Nash Kroll as much as we do up here on the broadcast booth. And for all the cracks that I make about Nash looking like a grown man, he is a fantastic player. And he is, really, really tough to pitch to. And so you can see there, those 4 pitches outside the zone. And that'll bring up Jordan Keevan with 1 on and none away.
Jordan Keevan, of course, only has the 1 game played, but he is batting .600 on the year as he takes a called strike on the first pitch he sees. Batting .600, an OBP of .667.
What were those last 2 numbers, Conrad?
Not going to go there, Mike. And Nash, it's going to the Nash dash. Tag not applied, and a steal for Nash Kroll, and he's excited about it.
What a celebration by Kroll over at second base. That is fantastic.
And I love when it's the Nash dash. It is one of my favorite plays, and I know I got in trouble with Nash last year for saying it wasn't a part of his game, and so he always makes sure when I'm down talking to players to give me an earful about it, and he even gets a little bit of that one, and it'll head to the berm, heads up. He's got some young gymnasts over on the berm today. A little early for Princess in the park, but always love seeing our fans and seeing the family-friendly atmosphere of Siemens Stadium.
What was the band that was here last year?
I cannot remember.
It was like a tribute band, wasn't it?
I know it was an Eagles tribute band.
That's
2
right.
years ago. That one fouled off. Keevan staying alive.
Did I ever tell you about the time, Conrad, that I went to a Vancouver Canucks game, and at the intermission they brought out a tribute band, and it was actually not a band, it was just a singer. It was a Neil Diamond tribute singer. It's good for a baseball game, a Neil Diamond.
Yep.
And what do you think he went by, Conrad?
No idea, as that one's outside. 1-2 to Keevan.
Nearly Neil.
That's nearly a funny name.
Nearly Neil.
You know what? And with all the tribute music we play before the games, maybe he needs to make his way out to Siemens Stadium.
I would love Nearly Neil to play Okotoks.
And that looked like a little bit of a cross-up. Catcher for the Gulls lined up outside. That pitch nearly at the belt buckle inside to Keevan. We'll go to 2-2. At least it's not an intentional cross-up, you would have to hope. Who was that last year that intentionally crossed up his pitcher?
Oh, man. I forgot about that. I highly doubt that was intentional.
3-2 the count, as that one almost looked like a bit of a intentional walk pitch. It was all the way in the right-handed batter's box.
It was Faber Valdez.
Who's having an interesting year thus far as well, I hear.
Yeah.
3-2 to Keevan, none away. Nash Kroll standing at second. Nash has already dashed once. Keevan swings over the top, and he'll head his way back to the dugout via the regular K. And that'll hand off to Hank Griffin handling second base today for the second game in a row.
Yeah, we saw Hank Griffin 4 days ago, and he batted in the 9-hole and did a pretty good job. He came around to score 4 times, despite only having 2 official at-bats.
Triple walks on the board, so good eyes from Hank Griffin. Or Griffin. Why did I throw a Griffin in there?
Griffin. It's like that video of Obama.
Throw an extra syllable in there for fun. Griffin fouls that one off along the third baseline.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time that I saw a player finish a game with more runs than at-bats.
Yeah, it's a weird stat.
That is hilarious.
But it happens when you walk 12 guys.
Yeah, it happens when you get 3 walks in a game.
Mm-hmm.
He had more walks than at-bats.
It's kind of a crazy thing. You would have think that would have earned you Dog of the Day for having that good eye, and we see it in effect there just inside to Griffin. And of course, this comes as the Dogs kind of rotate their infield. They started with Cote at third and throwing Connor out of his normal position, having him play at second base. But without Cote, it's moved Connor back to his familiar spot at the corners. And Griffin swings over the top of that. His timing seems to be a little bit off. He seems to get halfway to the plate with his initial swing and then have to swing the bat through the zone. But Hank, not smiling in his picture, unlike another famous Hank, of course, Hank Griffin of the Calgary Stampeders.
Oh, Henry Burris?
Henry Burris.
Wow.
Hank Burris.
A Henry Burris reference in 2026.
Hey, at some point, I'll talk about long snappers, I'm sure.
Oh, Randy Chevrier in
My
2026.
former coach.
Great guy. Played with him. Played hockey with him, actually. True story.
Now a firefighter over in Calgary. 2-2 the count here to Hank Griffin. Speaking of fire, fires that one down the third baseline and stays alive.
Holy smokes, did he ever. That was absolutely smacked.
But the 2-2 count to Hank Griffin once again. Hey, and Henry Burris will be on the television screen soon enough, I think, with the TSN, CFL on TSN.
That's right, he is on that panel.
And he gets hit here, and Hank Griffin not happy. That one was above the arm guard, and he'll take his base slowly. I have to think Savannah might be motioned forward here for Hank.
Ooh, that was a pretty hefty bat toss, too, by Hank Griffin. He's, you're right, Conrad. He's none too pleased about that one.
Savannah will not be coming out, but we'll head down into the 9-hole, and it is Landon Kaufman. And if you want to talk about guys who are truly the leadoff in the 9-hole, I think you got to look primarily to Landon here.
Yeah, Landon Kaufman's got some good power, and we didn't see him the other night, but I'm really looking forward to seeing him swing again after a very solid 2025 season.
One of the Portland Dogs, of course, Landon Kaufman. I think there's 5 guys from the University of Portland this year, if my count was correct.
Saw Kaufman play in 10 games with the Dogs last season, batting .211 with a .318 on base.
Oh, the pickoff attempt is coming. Benasha says, I'm just going to make my decision. He's going to come in safe after kind of a calamity of errors. The bear crawl to get back in the celebration once again as the pickoff attempt almost worked to perfection, but Nash just dashes his way in. That's a thick man to look around to try and find the ball on the bullet throw from your second baseman.
That was unreal. I mean, the helmet came off. You saw Nash, and I mean, again, he is an incredible athlete, and I really respect the decision to embrace the baldness. I really, really respect it. Because honestly, it suits him.
Yeah, it does. Kaufman swings over the top of his first offering. 0-1.
Like, it's like those character actors in movies who all they need to do to sort of register is turn 40. And Nash Kroll is embracing that look.
Ball gets away, but Nash says, with a right-handed batting Kaufman in the box, I'm not going to go. 1-1.
Of course, Nash last year, 43 hits, 21 runs. In total, 14 extra base hits, including 7 home runs, 299 batting average.
I think 7 was his number for the home run derby as well here at Siemens Stadium. Of course, All-Star Game relocating to the Saskatoon for the Berries host it this year.
Holy smokes.
High and inside once again. And when you have a hit by pitch, and you saw Nash on the 4-pitch walk, seen a few of these high and inside, and we saw this story just on Saturday that walks can be quite dangerous against this Dawgs squad.
Well, the difference between this is that these pitches are all pretty high.
Kaufman gets the elbow out of the way inside, 3-1.
Like on Saturday, what we saw was a lot of pitches bounced up to the plate.
The good old 59-foot pitch.
Well, the cricket pitch, like I call it. I mean, in one sport it works great. In baseball, that's not really the objective. And yeah, I mean, it's this time around, they're almost rising.
Kaufman fouls that one off, almost right off our windows here in the press box. But the count will go full here for Kaufman. Kaufman just trying to get that OBP up, try and maybe load the bases full of Dawgs. Got to have a good eye, got to defend, but got to remember the primary goal is just to get on base, hand off the baton. Hits this one right up the middle, and he'll head off the baton, and he'll get an RBI. The go sign is on. That one didn't go far in the outfield, but once again, this game is tied. 2 RBI off the bat of Landon Kaufman, and he smoked that one right up the middle.
How about that? Landon Kaufman with a great effort, and he prolongs the at-bat, gets a pitch that he kind of likes, and puts it in just the perfect spot to plate both the Dawgs runners.
Even if the shortstop had been able to get over there to range to his left,
they would have scored.
They would have scored one.
Yeah.
So location worked well, and the Dawgs head back to the top of their lineup to Aiden Krause. And Krause smokes that one into center field, and the stop sign will go up. We'll not see what happened to Connor Croson happen again, but a pair of well-hit singles here for the Dawgs. And speaking of OBP, Ricardo Sanchez comes to the dish. He led off with a double today.
The Dawgs doing well here with these, well-hit balls towards short. And, yeah, just getting them by in sort of fortuitous fashion, I suppose. I mean, on both of those are tough plays for Jack Wheatley. And you can't really fault him that much. I mean, that's a sharply hit ball. Sort of has to be reactive, and he just missed. No shame in that. And the last one was just out of his reach.
Sanchez swings at the first offering, fouls it off in the direction of his dugout. And, of course, Ricky, always one of the more popular Dawgs. Fan favorite.
I would say he has that crown unreservedly.
I think it's probably a battle between the big 3 infielders, but gets a piece of that one. It could be 2, but it takes a hop. That's so unfortunate. Wheatley's been so close on the last 3 plays, but the bases are loaded for the Dawgs. Are they going to call that an error? They are.
Wow.
The E6 eating up Wheatley.
Yeah, I mean, I felt a little mean, honestly, saying it after the last play that they were picking on the shortstop, but that's another one hit in that direction, and it's not on purpose. It's just, that's where the balls are getting hit.
Well, we don't know if it's on purpose. It could have been a scouting report thing saying, let's target that side of the infield. But
I don't think so, but I mean, I suppose it's possible. But yeah, just a ball that rides up at the last moment. And again, it's an error, but at the same time, you get it. And, it's a developmental league. This is the sort of league where these sorts of things happen.
And you have to wonder if that is just, hey, we need you to be a little bit more efficient with these at-bats, because we don't have many arms available. You got the extra couple of days, but even then, sometimes pitchers who have pitched a bunch of innings will not be available. And we head back to Cal Gates. Gates flew out to his last AB. But hey, if he puts in the outfield here, the Dawgs will take a lead, likely, with Kaufman standing at third. Gets a strike on the outside corner. 0-1 the count here to Gates.
Yeah, that one definitely in there.
But Mike, you and I both do hockey. Sometimes you send the backup in to start a game as Gates painting the left field, but it will be just foul.
Boy, a lot of opposite field again tonight, Conrad. I mean, we made the point in the game on Saturday that it was Connor Croson. Basically, every time he fouled the ball, he was late on it. And it was kind of surprising. You're not accustomed to seeing that. And I still wonder if maybe it's just a matter of these batters getting their swings back up to speed.
Gates now down 0-2, trying to keep his hot streak up. Gates, that one, again, that 58-foot pitch.
Yeah, the cricket pitch.
Of course, 58 feet sometimes is intentional, trying to get the batter to swing at something in the zone. Generally, you want it bouncing on the plate, not in front of it to induce that. 1-2, the count to Gates. Not focusing on the men in the field at all. That one well outside. Gates won't take the bat off his shoulder.
Back-to-back balls here.
Yeah, and you have to think that pitching conversation is, hey, you got to eat some innings. I was trying to get into the comparison to a backup goalie going in to start, and Gates loops that one off towards the warm-up area for Lethbridge. Because, yeah, you have to think you don't have a ton of arms available here for Lethbridge today.
No, I mean, well, yes and no. I mean, they have had days of rest. I mean, that's the thing. They've used a lot of pitchers in the early stages of this season, but having 3 days to play with, where obviously guys are preparing as if they want to play, but they're not actually playing. So,
but you do have a lot of games coming up because of that shortened schedule. Gates flies this one. Will it stay in the air long enough? It will be caught. Kaufman will, however, tag up, so the sac fly will score the 9-hole hitter and the RBI for Gates.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen the Dawgs make leads disappear for the other team, and wow, I mean, just quite a rapid turnaround.
And that one wasn't that short of the core four.
No.
A few more yards or meters, whichever side of the border you're on. Short, but that'll hand off to Connor Croson. And we saw those 10 runs were, no, that wasn't on a 2-out, but you saw a couple of 2-out rallies. Runner goes, tag, not in time.
Wow.
So a steal, the double steal for the Dawgs.
That was real close. I thought that was a 50-50 call on the tag, and they rule in favor of the Dawgs.
The Dawgs wearing their Town Connect uniforms, these black and red unis. I think they're a favorite of Connor Croson's. Pitch swung on and missed. 1-1. And have you seen the newest edition of 3 Guys on a Tarp?
No.
The talk show hosted by Connor Croson and Nash Kroll on Dawgs Instagram. Their last episode was with Cal Gates. Go and check that one out on a social media site near you. One of the funnest things our social media team does. That one down in the dirt, 2-1. Hey, it's sometimes about having fun at the ballpark, and if that involves sitting on your tarp before the postgame and talking to our social team, I'm going to miss it next year, though.
Why can't I talk to them?
I know, they haven't invited us on the show yet. And that one will plunk Connor Croson.
Wow.
Bases once again loaded for the Dawgs. And as we've seen a few times in this series, 9 up for the Dawgs in a singular inning.
Yeah, you get the sense that the Dawgs are starting to be frustrated, and so is the Lethbridge pitcher. This one is starting to get away a little bit. I mean, you enter this inning with a 2-run lead, and all of a sudden it's fallen by the wayside and you're behind.
Yeah, and you hate being the 9-hole hitter as a catcher and having to get all your gear off that you just spent your pit crew time getting up. You don't think you're going to come up. You don't ever really expect the order to roll over in an inning, so he had to get the catcher's gear off. He shucks the shin pads right to first base, and that's Carter Clara. That's a veteran WCBLer making a play to help out his pitcher. But after 2, the Dawgs lead 4-3. We'll be back with more Dawgs baseball when we return on the other side on FloCollege.
Third inning presented by Buckle Vodka. Great vodka for our friends in the country world. Hashtag Buckle Up. And Dawgs fans, we've introduced a new special at Sealy Stadium. The Poutine Routine. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, check into the first and third base concessions to see which poutine is on special.
So the Dawgs come to the field with a lead for the first time thus far in today's appearance.
Yeah, they showed a lot of fortitude in that second inning, Conrad.
They did, and leading off for the Bulls will be Josh Milton. He had that liner right to the range of Ricky Sanchez in his first at bat. But hey, we talked about how there was a lot of free bases on Saturday. Not a ton of that. That went inside. Milton shuffles his way out of the way of that wayward pitch.
Not the Soto shuffle.
No, not quite. Gets a piece of that one. Hey, Ricky. Milton seems to like hitting it in your direction. One away here for the Dawgs.
Well, and certainly a different story than what we saw with all those plays to short in the last inning.
This is true. That's what a defensive all-star will do for you. So we'll head to one of the veterans for this Bull squad, Carter Clarout. He was one that ended the 9-batter second inning for the Dawgs. Clarout doesn't like it, but he'll get a first strike called. 0-1 here for Breivik. Breivik working quickly. Clarout, big hack, nowhere near the baseball. 0-2 goes the vet. And again, this is a guy that's been to 2 straight All-Star games, I do believe, and participated in a pair of home run derbies as well. You have to think he'll probably be someone with the nomination again this year. Is that one not near the strike zone? Not going to get Clarout to chase on that. 1-2 the count to Carter Clarout. One away via the defense of Ricardo Sanchez. Sanchez sheeted all the way near that second base bag. Drop third strike. The tag will be applied. 2 away. The forward K for Breivik, his third of the evening.
That is a filthy pitch by Breivik. I mean, it was nowhere close to the zone, but he had him completely fooled, and he sat down 2 in a row here.
And that's a great batter, too, to get the strikeout from. So, as I say, he's one of those guys that you just keep remembering. And I don't believe we'll have him for another. I think he's one of those guys that's in his 5th year, just like Ricky Connor. And, oh boy, Lusk might have stolen a strike there. No ABS in this league, but I think there might have been a helmet tap from the batter on that one if we had.
Which team was it lately that had a batter challenge a ball that was thrown to him?
I did not see that one, but seeing that one well as Matsuzaki, He's 2 for 2 with a double, the RBI double, and he'll add a single to that tally. He'll hand over to Cardell Dick, wearing number 3. He did end the first with the swinging strikeout. Brabick will have to hope for another one of those. And hey, if he can put up a 0 on the board, that will be an improvement. That one down in the dirt, blocked well by Lusk. He'll just toss it back to his pitcher. And Brabick saying, I didn't like that ball as much as you did, Mr. Lusk. And you're going to say it's okay to continue to play with. He'll put it in the pocket, will our home plate umpire today. Brabick deals that one once again down in the dirt, trying to get Dick to chase.
Yeah, that one wasn't all that close. He thought he might be able to pull the same trick he did 2 batters ago when he sat down Carter Clairhout.
2-0 the count to Cardell. Peek over the shoulder. And Dick will hit that towards the direction of Ricky Sanchez. And Sanchez will take the short play to second. And that will be the 3rd out of the inning. The fielder's choice will end it. And we'll be back with the home half of the inning here on Dawgs Baseball. So it looks like we may have a fielding. Oh no, we're having a change at catcher. Not sure who this is coming in. I'll get that information for you as it comes available.
Looks like it is Rain Matsuzaki.
So they've moved Matsuzaki.
No. This is a different Matsuzaki. They've got 2 Matsuzakis. They've got Lee, who is playing left field, and they've got Rain, who has come in for Cardell Dick.
So we're going to have to look and see if Cardell Dick is out in the field now.
Well, I wonder if Cardell Dick might tweet something in that last at-bat. We'll have to see. But he's out of the game, it appears.
I saw somebody going and running and getting a different glove. That's why I think it might have been Dick moving to another position, but we'll keep our eyes available for you. It is such a short season. Yes, Cardell Dick is over at 3rd now, so...
Wow. So he's not out of the game.
Nope. Just changing his position, so we'll try and figure out what went on, because I don't think I saw Luke Wheatley leaving the game either. We'll keep you updated, because it is a few rotations going on here. And that's got to be tough, too, for the catcher. You now have to go make a new relationship with the umpire. All the fun stuff here in Okotoks. And, of course, we'll try and keep you updated. And leading off for the 2nd time today, your 6-hole hitter, Nash Kroll. Kroll drew a walk in his first at-bat. That had a pair of steals as Nash looked to send that one all the way on to the Shell parking lot.
Yeah, a very entertaining traipse along the base paths.
Yeah, 2 steals for Nash Kroll is a stat line. But 0-1 the pitch here, and that one called a strike again, suddenly down in the hole, 2-0. Oh and 2 to Kroll. Again, not used to leading off innings necessarily. And he'll be down on 3 consecutive pitches. And Kroll having a long conversation there as he'll head down with a backwards K. So you think he must have been arguing something.
So that'll bring up Jordan Keeveman, Conrad.
Yeah, and Keeveman was hit by a pitch. He might have taken the leather off of that baseball. Back at the track. Will it be caught? It will. Handling center field, I do believe, is still Brendan McTavish. About 3 feet short of going over the wall in center.
That would have been a home run had it been hit basically any other direction.
Yeah, unfortunately, but it will bring forth Hank Griffin. Hank Griffin, of course, was the one who ended the fielder's choice in the top half of the inning. Griffin, I will single that one into left field, as that will be a double, and the throw pulls the baseman off the line, but fielded well. I think it is still Carter Clare out at first. Oh no, that doesn't look like him. We'll have to figure this one out. As I said, it's gonna be an interesting one, but Hank Griffin starting the 2-out rally here for the Dawgs, and he'll hand off to Landon Coffin.
Yeah, that one ended up being a better hit ball than I thought. And the Dawgs now have a runner in scoring position yet again, with Landon Kaufman coming to the plate after a very solid last trip up to the plate.
Yeah, he singled and scored when he was up in the second inning. The 2 RBI single. Takes the first pitch he sees for a called strike. And again, a different hitting approach than on Saturday for the Dawgs. They were trying to ambush a lot of pitches and then kind of waited after that until the pitching started to fall apart.
Yeah, and once that happened, fell apart quick.
Yeah, not a lot of bats taken off shoulders after that, but Kaufman doesn't take the bat off the shoulder there, as that one's in the dirt, 1-1. And hey, the Dawgs, different strategy today, just trying to keep the line moving. Using the bat, they got 6 hits so far in this one. An error for both sides.
Yeah, last game was more about the walks, wasn't it?
It was, and that one will get by. So it will be runners on the corners as the stop sign does go out. Throw goes all the way home, and Hank Griffin looked like he was in a bit of pain seeing the stop sign late there.
Yeah, he really tumbled making that turn and ended up just kind of having to throw himself back at third base.
Looks like he is all right, and it'll be runners on the corners for the Dawgs. Back to the top of the order go the Dawgs. Aiden Krause, 1 for 2 today. That's a single in the second as his last at bat. Just gonna try and get something along the grass into the outfield. Try and plate at least one to continue to roll the line along. Takes a called first strike, probably regretting not just ambushing the first pitch he sees. But again, just a fantastic day for baseball, even though the shadow's growing a little bit longer. Runner goes, throw in time. Oh, whoa! They're gonna say the swim move got him in there.
Wow.
And there's gonna be some protests coming here.
That is, I'm going to say, Conrad, that is surprising to me. That is real surprising to me.
Yeah, it looked like their throw was there in plenty of time for Matsuzaki, but not going to be so.
That's the second close play at second base in this game, and that one I didn't even think was that close.
Neither did I, but not going to be the way here. 1-1 the count, and a little savagery from our sound guy that you can't handle the truth as the Dawgs are now at second base.
That's a classic. Every time it comes up. Thou doth protest too much.
And Kraus gonna try and continue to roll the line along. Inside 2-1.
So it's a 5-3 game, Conrad.
It is. The Dawgs doing the dirty work to continue on.
It's a good song. I'm a fool to do your dirty work.
A lot of contact on that baseball, and it'll fly onto the berm. A cavalcade of children trying to track down that free souvenir.
A cavalcade.
I got a thesaurus recently, Mike. I got to get those in somehow. 2-2 the count. I'm joking. It's one I stole from Adam Jenkins, who is the voice of the CPL and a Calgary resident. That one fouled off by Aiden Kraus. He used it to describe how Cavalry FC had been playing. Of course, they just lost their first game last week. 2-2 with 2 away, and Aiden Kraus with the backwards 2, and by that I mean a 5 on his jersey.
Is that how that works?
I'm going to say it. That's how it works. He hits this one straight up the elevator shaft, and it will be fielded as the sun is in the eyes. Sunglasses are on the hat, but that will be all she wrote. The Dawgs, plate 1. They increased our lead. Mike Gould will take you through the next 3 innings. We return here on FloCollege.
We support our communities.
We're about family and relationships.
We're innovative.
We're about solid foundations and trust.
We're about perseverance.
We support the environment.
We support strategy and objectives.
We explore new opportunities.
We've changed our name, but not our players.
Back with you here in the top of inning number 4. The Okotoks Dawgs lead the Lethbridge Bulls by a 5-3 score. Mike Gould here with you at Siemens Stadium as we're getting set to watch Lethbridge go back up to bat. And getting things started off here is Brennan McTavish, who reached base on balls his first time and came around to score. The first pitch that he sees, though, is in there for a called strike. Once again, Mike Gould just with you. My partner, Conrad Wood, is just taking a quick little break. Second swing there by McTavish is a pretty hefty one, but it does not make contact, and he's quickly behind 0-2. Dawgs out hitting the Bulls 7-5 through the early stages of this game. Not nearly as walk-heavy as the blowout contest that we saw over the weekend. That one just outside, and the count moves to 1-2. Between the two teams on Saturday, we saw a total of 14 walks and 12 of them were by the Dawgs. 1 and 2, check swing, but they'll say he held up. And they're going to appeal down the third base line, but again, it remains a ball. The Dawgs increased their lead by another run to 5-3 in the bottom of the third, and now this one is chopped into right field for a leadoff single for McTavish. Fielded quickly there by the Dawgs right fielder, that is Jordan Keeveman, who got it back into the infield quickly there. That brings up Noah McNeil. McNeil is 1 for 1 so far. He also came around to score his last time up, Conrad.
Oh.
Never mind, you're not on the mic yet.
No, I'm not. Actually, I'll let you take this one. Go on our quietest mic.
And that pitch gets away, and McTavish will advance up 90 feet to second base on the second ball of this at-bat. It's a 2-0 count.
And Mike, we are joined by Ty Johnson. Ty started the game that ended up finishing 26-1. How did that one feel?
That was a long one for sure. Felt like I pitched the day before and ended the game the next day.
Ty, you threw 44 pitches in that game. We almost kind of forgot that you played by the end of it with how long it went. How do you feel by the end of that game? Is it just sort of a get it over with?
Yeah, just trying to get through it. You could definitely tell the last play of the game, the Lethbridge hitter jogged to first and slowed down on purpose because he didn't want to extend the game.
Saw that, and I made a comment to it in the press box. We were astounded by that because he could have easily legged that out.
Yeah, that's how long the game was.
This one is hit well out to center field, and oh my, a stumble there. And down is Aiden Krause, but he gets back to his feet, throws it back in. It looks like maybe now, the ball is missed over at third base by Connor Croson, and this is going to be a little league home run. My goodness.
That's tough to see. It's a little bit wet in the outfield, but we'll talk about Ty and the game that he's played last. I was going to call it last night, but it's a long time ago.
It was a couple nights ago at this point. I mean, we were kind of watching that game saying, is it even going to finish with the inclement weather that we obviously saw the following 2 days? I mean, was that a specter hanging over you guys at all?
Yeah, we were definitely tired of the rain. Me personally, I'm from Arizona, so we don't get a lot of rain.
No.
And even pitching in the cold doesn't happen a lot.
Yeah, Mike has spent a lot of time down in around Phoenix, Arizona. So
Yeah.
You guys both know what that's about.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, even this probably still feels kind of cold.
Oh, yeah, I got my hoodie on right now.
Yeah, I am on the verge of maybe removing mine. Hey, I mean, you've got now some rest, 3 days rest. I mean, does it really feel like rest on days where you know that there's a possibility that a game can be played and then maybe eventually it gets called? How does that mindset sort of work?
I mean, as a starter, it's still rest because you get to sleep in, especially with night games. Sleep in, show up to the field a couple hours early, and get your stuff done, and you're done for the day.
Mm-hmm.
There's really no worry about having to go into the game. Get your lift in and play catch, and that's all you got to do.
Just simple approach.
Yeah.
But a 3-pitch strikeout there, and you got to see one of your fellow pitchers go in and take an AB in the last game. Ashton Loera obviously hasn't thrown an inning yet out of the bullpen, but what does that mean to see a pitcher go out there and get an RBI where the guy's out in the bullpen going crazy?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Especially, third game into the season, our pitcher's getting at bat. And not only that, he roped the ball to center.
Yeah, gets the RBI, and I talked to him. You know he was a catcher before.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and now he throws 95. So
Yeah, I do know that.
that one you know.
How would you have reacted in that sort of situation?
If I got to hit,
Well, yeah, if you were just called up to bat.
I mean, I would have been all for it. I love hitting. I used to hit, but obviously not my thing anymore. But it's definitely one of the more fun parts about the game.
Got to be something you just take pride in on the DL, getting the chance to even just show that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing. I mean, we were sort of talking earlier in the game about obviously you love to win, no matter the circumstances. A 26-1 win is a feather in your cap for sure. By the same token, it just brings something extra to the ballpark experience to see a game now that we're nearly halfway through, and it's turning into a bit of a duel.
Yeah. Yeah, this team definitely is a little gritty. I mean, I don't think last time we played them showed us who they were. I think they struggled on the mound a little more than they have tonight. But no, their hitters at the plate are definitely solid. Everyone's experienced that from the mound tonight and from the previous game.
And speaking of at the plate, this is the new catcher who is coming into the game.
Wow.
He's replacing Jack Wheatley, and he gets hit by a pitch in his first at bat.
Wow, I wasn't even sure that hit him. I thought it maybe just caught the Dawgs catcher just on the arm. But I suppose it wasn't Jaden Lusk that got in the way of that one. And that brings up Caleb Haney. We're back to the top of the Lethbridge order again.
Speaking of the catchers that you guys have for the Dawgs, it's a new platoon for us here in Okotoks. You guys have a plethora of experience. Does that help you guys out on the mound?
Oh, yeah. Like, Locke caught me Saturday night, and I've never even thrown to him before, and you kind of just talk to him pregame, like, what pitches I throw, what works best for me, and he picked it up so quick. Like, he's obviously an experienced catcher, and it helped me on the mound more than people think.
Well, and speaking of experience, we got a little bit of a mound visit here. You got a bunch of pitching coaches here in Okotoks that have that experience. Of course, starts with manager Lou Pote. How much does having those guys around you help you as a pitcher?
Yeah. Personally, I think Joe's down in the bullpen the most. He's watching all the pins, watching all the guys warm up pregame. And then DR, I played for DR in junior college, and he knows me really well, knows how I like to pitch, and that's really helpful when it comes to playing against good hitters in a good league like this.
You made it through 3 full innings in the last game. No mound visit, I suppose. What are those visits like, though? You know, how do you sort of approach it mentally when you see the coach coming at you?
When the coach comes out there, obviously, pitching coach, it's just a mound visit. Head coach, you're getting taken out of the game. But seeing like Joe come out there, obviously I haven't seen it yet, but to me, I think of it as like a break. Like, take a breath, reset, find something in the outfield to look at, and just basically reset the at-bat. You got a new hitter coming up most of the time. It's like a fresh start.
Well, now it looks like we might be seeing a bit of a change.
Yeah, that will be the end here.
Well,
yeah, that's never the guy you want to see walking out of the dugout.
no, I would imagine not.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Don't like to see Lou Pope coming out there, but knowing that you do have a guy that has World Series experience as your manager, as a man on the mound, how much does that add?
I mean, he's definitely got the experience to know when to come out and get guys. This is summer ball, so not everyone's just going to go out there and, ride their guy, but he definitely knows when to put a new guy in the game and switch it up.
5-5, midway through the top half of inning number 4 here in Okotoks. And Conrad, do you have any intel on this new pitcher for the Dawgs?
Did they bring in? No, yeah, they did bring in someone new. I did not see the number who was coming out.
Di, do you know who that is?
Thompson, I believe.
I will double check. Because we still have a lot of Dawgs black guys around the team, and so it does kind of make our scouting job a little bit harder. It looks like it's Jack Thompson.
Yeah, that's
Pretty good eye.
Well, and it's tough because he's wearing a different jersey number than we have listed on our roster spot because he is one of those affiliate players.
Yeah.
Dawgs Academy. Committed recently to Odessa College.
Odessa Community College, of course, one of the better collegiate JUCOs around. And, hey, there is a lot of guys that go to these top-tier JUCOs that are playing in this league. And obviously, you've got Ricky behind you going to Gonzaga. Like, what does it mean to have some of those big-name guys? Like, Ricky was shortlisted for shortstop of the year. Does that give you extra confidence knowing that if something's hit softly along the infield, you got a trio of, or at least 4 of them, that have a lot of playing experience?
Yeah, I think our whole starting 9 is going to or at a Division I school. And, like, from my outing, I had 2 double play balls that typically, might not get turned all the time, but with professional guys at the middle, that play every day at their Division I schools, it's like a no-brainer for them. It's just a routine ground ball, turn 2.
It was an impressively fielded game. And, you know, today's been maybe a bit more of a wild card. I think the field is maybe playing a little bit of a part in that, just with how much precipitation we've seen. We're seeing guys slip. We're seeing balls bounce ways that maybe you wouldn't expect. And as you said, it is Jack Thompson, the Richview Collegiate High School product, coming in, 19 years of age. Oh, my. And the first pitch is a little inside. I love the flow, though. I mean, if I had been maybe a little closer to the team, I probably would have just been able to recognize him off of that without even being able to see the jersey number.
That's like how you can identify Ash Loera by the headband, the breast cancer
headband. Yeah.
1-0 count here. And that one is also a little outside. Well, the first one was in. The second pitch out. And that one brings the count to 2-0 here.
Just finding either side of this strike zone is we have some great umpires throughout the WCBL, but everyone umps a little bit differently.
Just got to average out those pitches. And that time he goes for one of the other sides of the strike zone. That one a little bit high.
How do you recenter yourself after 3 balls? Of course, you're not playing it. It's Texas where they do the ball 5 chant, right?
Yeah, I think so. 3-0 is never a count you want to be in, but a good thing is most hitters don't swing 3-0, so you just try and groove one right down the middle. If they swing, good for them. If they don't, it's automatically a 3-1 count.
Oh, that was a high strike. 3-1 the count moves. You could see he kind of thought about it. He kind of flinched, it looked like.
3-1 changes the mentality a fair bit, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. You'll see a lot of big swings 3-1.
Not there, though, and he shows good discipline. That one just a shade too low. And that will load the bases here with 1 away in the top of inning number 4. The Dawgs have already conceded a 2-run lead, and now they're putting themselves in real danger.
So when you're a starter and you know 2 of those guys on base are your runs, does it change how you feel when you're walking to the dugout and when you're watching the pitcher coming out after you?
I mean, not really. You left him on base, you just get up on the railing and cheer on your guy, and hopefully he doesn't give them up. If he does, it's no one's fault but your own. Obviously, if the guy that comes in after you strands him, that's a huge deal for you and for him. You know, typically first one out of the dugout to go cheer him on after he gets out of it. Always a great feeling.
Well, this is Carter Clare who has been a tougher out today for sure. I mean, that sort of applies to the whole Lethbridge team compared to what we saw on Saturday. They've already matched their hit output. In fact, they've beaten it.
That's a veteran hit there by Clearout. Clearout will just take the single, just keep the line moving, and once again, the Bulls back on top.
A back-and-forth game. 6-5. Lethbridge now leads. And for a young pitcher, I mean, this has got to be a bit of a test. Hits now 9-7 in favor of the Dawgs. I don't think the Dawgs are going to get up to 12 walks like we saw on Saturday.
I highly doubt it. Stranger things have happened in the WCBL.
I mean, true. We did not. So by this point in the game on Saturday, we had not yet seen the explosion of runs that occurred. We saw that in the bottom of the 4th and the bottom of the 5th.
Infielders in, trying to look for that double play ball.
It's where you really need one.
And coming in, obviously not being a Dawgs guy, have you been impressed with some of these Dawgs black pitchers, the affiliates that you've seen?
Yeah, I was definitely surprised. I didn't realize how big of an academy this was, and especially the other night, one of the affiliates that started, pretty sure he was committed D1, and he just left for the draft league. And then we rolled out, I think, 3 or 4 other guys that all put up zeros in the same game, and that's...
You're talking about AJ, the 6'8", yeah.
That's depth.
All those guys are pretty impressive. I wasn't aware of how deep the academy was.
Big swing and a miss there. And also, you've got the opportunity to use the new 2 pitching lanes in the new facility, the full-time TrackMan pitching lanes. What does that mean to you to come up to Canada and see that, hey, they got these facilities for that full-time?
Yeah, I haven't used the indoor ones yet. Luckily, I threw a bullpen today outdoors because it's nice weather, and obviously, I think I threw a bullpen the day I got up here, outdoors as well. I don't really like going inside. It's especially out here, the weather's amazing. But no, it's definitely like on the rainy days, we had a bunch of guys throwing pins inside, getting their work in, the hitters hitting in the cages, doing everything you need to get done without having to actually be on the field.
So how long have you been up here now?
A week and a half, I believe.
Holy smokes. Well, yeah, you've certainly seen the whole range, I would say.
Yeah.
Close to snow. Well, as close to snow as you're going to see in the last week of May, first week of June.
Yeah.
Knock on wood. I don't think we're going to see anything more like that.
Yeah. I saw some snow coming up here.
You probably did.
The Rockies.
You probably saw some snow in what's the resort up north of Phoenix? Oh boy.
Mike, you're gonna have to save us here.
In Flagstaff?
And Flagstaff, of course.
Yeah.
Probably saw some of that flying over.
Yeah, no, I actually drove.
You
But-
drove?
Yeah, I drove from Arizona.
Holy smokes.
I drove all the way up to Oregon 3 weeks ago.
Oh my goodness.
I stayed there for like a week or two with my family, and then left for Canada.
Wow.
It was
You
a long one.
didn't pick up any of the Portland boys on your way up,
No,
did you?
I did not.
That is a hefty drive, and that is a hefty swing, and that ball is put into right field. Scooped up, quickly sent in, but that's going to plate another run. The bases remain loaded, and now it's a 7-5 game. The pendulum has swung. The Dawgs entered this inning leading by 2, and now they trail by the same amount.
So when you looked at the scouting report for these Bulls, was that kind of the message that they are going to kind of hang around if they can get some bats on balls, that this could be an explosive team?
Yeah, I didn't really look at a scouting report for these guys. Joe told me they like to swing early and they like to swing big. So I tried. Obviously, I don't know. I didn't get ahead well in counts, but I was able to mix it up well enough to keep these guys off balance. But they definitely took some big swings. And as you can tell, they can do some damage.
It did reasonably well as far as getting, through some players.
Yeah.
Held them without a run.
And the offense didn't help you out as much to try and put a win on the scoreboard as you'd like, but
Yeah, they didn't really help you.
Yeah.
That was the thing. It was Conrad calling the first 3 innings, you pitching the first 3 innings, and as soon as they removed both out of those equations, they just started tacking on the runs.
Yeah, 26 runs.
I started calling innings
5
number
innings.
4 and 5, and here we are.
Yeah.
of course you do get the win, the one run in the home half of the third, correct?
Did I get the win?
I think technically I think you did.
Well, you should have. I mean, the
first two happened in the bottom of the third, so I think you do pick up a win for that.
Yeah, I should have played the win, I believe. I don't know how it works up here in summer ball, but typically you have to throw 4 or 5 innings, I think. But,
who knows?
Yeah, I don't know all the
The moral victory.
stats around that.
Yeah, we don't often see guys going deep
Yeah.
as much up here, that's for sure.
That's what I've heard.
Well, it's also your managers in Lou Pote and Mitch Schmidt, who isn't here yet.
You're not seeing Max Scherzer throwing 4 innings in relief in what? Was that in game 7? No, that was in game 4?
Yeah.
Yeah. That went what, to 18? Whew.
Yeah. The big thing is people need to get their innings. It's not about, obviously you want to perform, but everyone has to do their part. Everyone has to get their innings. Everyone has to get their at-bats. So.
And more than just doing your part on the field of play, like getting the tarp out.
Oh, yeah.
Getting this field prepared.
Yeah, we had to pull the tarp twice. That was not the best experience.
It's a versatile grounds crew here. They can hit home runs, they can throw strikes, and they can pull tarps.
Yeah. A couple cold days.
Well, the Dawgs got to get out of this. They have worked this count full. At the plate right now is not Cal Gates. That's the other number 3. This is Cardell Dick.
He hasn't gone on base yet today.
Is also the source of one of Lethbridge's strikeouts and make that number 2, as that's a huge second out for the Dawgs in this inning.
And we'll let you get back down with the rest of your crew after this half of an inning, but as you said, it's a little bit cooler up here, but how are you enjoying Okotoks so far?
Oh, man, I love it. The rain was definitely a little pause in the whole summer ball experience, but walking out to the mound with 4,000 people in the stands is definitely something I've never experienced before.
Yeah, because I'm hearing from guys like you go to your super regionals and you maybe get 500 people, then you come to Okotoks And to sell it nearly every night, obviously a little different here.
Well,
this
I mean,
being
this is a makeup game, and it's still a pretty good crowd.
Yeah.
Like I mean, it's part of the reason is that there's just, there's no other ball options really. I mean, in this, immediate region, I suppose. Obviously, you can go across Alberta and there are different teams, but there's no team in Calgary. And it is a really great game. It's a good product.
I think there were probably still 2,000 people in the stands when it was raining Saturday night.
Probably.
And
well,
we were up by 20 runs.
That was the thing. It cleared out a bit, in the 6th and the 7th, but there were still a lot of holdouts.
Yeah.
a lot of young fans joining you out on the field afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
Basis, so.
Yeah, that's definitely a cool experience to see those little kids just, I mean, from what I can tell, it looks like they idol the Dawgs.
Yeah, very much so. This count has been worked up to 3-0, so we'll see if Thompson can get out of this.
You do see lots of number 8.
Watching them walk out when the lineup was called opening night was something else. I mean, everyone went crazy when Ricky and Connor and Hank all ran out to the field. It was really cool to see like how they've shaped this place almost.
3-1 there after, I would say, a 50-50 called strike. Fouled back, and now the count is full.
All about limiting the bleeding.
Yeah.
Keep it to just this 4. I think you're not happy with it, but you're understanding.
Did the ball boys look as small in person as they seem from up here? Because they look tiny.
Yeah,
they are itty bitty. I mean, the one on Saturday looked like he was barely 2 feet tall. Runners move, and that's going to plate another run.
That's another tough call. You wish it would go the other way, and
that'll do it.
Yeah, we will see Lou Pote coming out.
Not an ideal outing, unfortunately, but that's just how it goes in the early stages of the season.
That's baseball. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've had plenty of outings that haven't gone your way.
Oh, yeah.
Just at different times, different levels.
Yeah, it's especially in college.
Doesn't really matter what level of sport you play at. If it's like the Dawgs, if you're in the pros, if you're just playing house league, it can just not be your night. And now the Dawgs have a 3-run deficit to overcome here, which, I mean, let's be real, for a team like the Dawgs, that is relatively small potatoes. But by the same token, it's not the territory you expected to be in when you came into this inning, leading 5-3.
Yeah, and it's just the 390 is starting to come in and bite you a bit.
Yeah, you saw it in Saturday's game. All it takes is a couple walks and a hit, and all of a sudden you're down a couple runs.
Well, we were calling them cricket pitches. They were just bouncing up, and we saw one walk. Forget who it was to, but it was literally just 4 straight.
I think the bullpen counted like 8 or 9 pitches in the dirt in a row.
It was
the good old 56-foot pitch, right? Sometimes you want the slider in the dirt. Not that far in the dirt, though.
No,
not especially not after you've thrown 5 in a row.
Well, we got another pitcher here, Conrad, and Nolan Jackson. We've gotten the helpful tip from the big scoreboard out in the outfield.
With the bright blue glove.
Yeah, that's something. That's
Style.
a statement.
Yeah.
You
you see Connor Croson come up with the purple Tennessee Tech gloves, and of course, matching gloves from all the Portland boys.
Yeah.
Almost looks like he plays for Energy City with that sort of attire.
That'll be another experience. Going out to Energy City where they're trying to build their new ballpark. They're on year 3 of that construction.
You ever heard of Energy City?
Never.
Yeah,
Neither have we.
It's not a city. It's, I believe, isn't that just the nomenclature for Edmonton?
It's a nickname for Edmonton, yes.
Energy City, a name that we had never heard of before they were called Energy City.
They've just announced that they're actually allowed to play in their stadium, but they have no fans yet allowed in the stadium. So that'll be one to watch as we go on. Of course, much love to our fans up in Energy City.
Oh, Energy City is the cream of the crop.
First pitch from Jackson gets away. Batter throws up the stop sign.
Of course, we mean all of this with the kindest of hearts and with the fondest of intentions and a true reverence for the culture of baseball in Energy City.
Well, and you haven't experienced this yet, but it is truly a rivalry between Calgary and Edmonton. It's our
Of course.
big thing through hockey. Of course, unfortunately, Arizona lost their
Yeah.
game, but
That was. I'm not a big hockey fan, unfortunately, but it's never good to see a team leave your city.
No. Well, up here, it's, it's a big deal. Big pitch here, and that one will get by. And this will plate 2 more. So what has become a 5-run lead for Lethbridge, it just continues to pile on.
it does seem to be one of those years here in the WCBL. I don't know if you do much scoreboard watching, but it seems like every team has been able to put up runs aplenty. Like, we've seen plenty of games that are 12-3 so far this year. Sometimes that's just early baseball season.
Getting through 3 innings without giving up a run almost feels like you should get a negative ERA from it.
Yeah,
The
that would be
bonus.
nice. That definitely would be nice.
Just offset it. You get 6 innings worth out of that.
Yeah. Putting up some zeros your first time out there definitely helps the stats.
Gotta feel good.
Yeah, I mean, giving up 1 run in 3 innings, your first outing out there, you automatically have a 3 ERA, which isn't horrible, but
It's tough.
It's tough.
This one gets by as well. Coming back to the backstop to grab that ball and prevent any further damage is Jaden Lust, but the pitching is starting to become a bit of a concern here, Conrad.
Yeah, it's concerned to say the least. This is starting to turn into what we saw out of the Bulls last game, where things just kind of get out of hand. And you got to think how much of that scoreboard last night was motivation for these Bulls when they come into town today.
It has to be. I mean, I'm sure you've been on the end of bad blowout losses at some point in your career. This one also gets away. And what does that mean the next time you face that team?
Yeah, I mean, it's baseball too. Anyone can win in baseball. The worst team can beat the best team. So when you get 26 runs put up on you, sometimes you just have that extra little fight in you that makes you want to, like, okay, these guys embarrassed us last time we played them. Let's try and beat them for good.
Take it personally.
Yeah.
2-0 count. And that one is watched for a strike. The count moves to 2-1. Could see he thought about it, but elected not to swing.
And a little bit of a late call.
Yeah.
Took a moment. We'll see if the Dawgs can get out of this jam. I mean, they've already sort of gotten themselves into it pretty deep, but you got to limit it somehow. Big swing and a miss there. That one was hacked at pretty healthily that time by Luke Wheatley, but he couldn't connect. Wheatley is 0 for 2 already in this game with 2 strikeouts. This could be the rare natural golden sombrero. Don't see that too often.
He's playing his second position of the game, too. He got rotated around the infield.
In the dirt.
You say that was he's had 2 strikeouts this inning?
No, 2 strikeouts in the game already.
Oh.
So
No,
this
he's
is
not the only guy that's recorded out.
Okay.
that would
would've
be
been
that would
something.
be crazy.
Yeah.
But no, he is 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts, and the count moves full. We'll see if he picks up a base or if he picks up a third out in some fashion. The 3-2 fouled off to the side, looked like it went off the top of the field house. Well, the hits are now 11-7 in favor of the Bulls. Of course, the Dawgs have lots of time to get back into this game. It's not even close to being over.
Mike, 7-Eleven is up the hill.
Ha ha ha! 2 outs, 3-2 count. That was pretty good, Conrad.
Thank you very much. I try.
Here it comes. Oh, that one's way up high. And you could see right off the release that Nolan Jackson was none too happy with that pitch. And Conrad, the Dawgs have come close on a few occasions to getting out of this inning, but just been unable to pull the string when it matters.
Yeah, you're just kind of kicking yourself because it could have been limited to the 4, and then a worm burner gets out of the infield. And
All of a sudden, it's 7.
did you know that? Were you as excited by the flashing of the 1 and 0 on the scoreboard? Did you guys notice that?
Oh, I did notice that. Yeah, I was definitely confused at first.
It's an older scoreboard.
Yeah, it looks like a newer scoreboard to me. We had at my junior college, we had a scoreboard that had manual signs and people ran it. And
Wow.
hung up the signs on every inning. And
That's cool, though.
yeah,
That's cool.
it wasn't the best to be put up there, but it was definitely cool to see at the end of the game.
So they had players operating that. That one chopped up the middle.
Yeah.
And a force out at second base will end the inning after the Bulls score 7 to take a 10-5 lead. Mike Gould, Conrad Wood with you. And our thanks to Ty Johnson joining us in the booth for the top half of the 7th. Maybe a little longer than you thought it would be up here, but we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Why don't you head back down to your teammates, and we'll return on the other side of these messages here on FloCollege.
It's the Leopold's toss. Everybody want you to make some noise for Paul here. He is today's contestant. He's been a season ticket holder for what, 15 years? Holy, thank you to all of our season ticket holders. Leopold's gift card on the line. It is a long ways away. All right, so your first throw. Are you ready? Okay, let's do this. First try, first throw. Ooh, that's pretty good. Let's go for 2. Little lower, and for the last one, almost, but hey, yeah, let's hook you up with a prize package nonetheless. Ball can get it, go, Dawgs, go! Everybody all together. 1, 2, 3. Go, Dawgs, go!
Yo, that's the one. You going?
Yes.
Can I join you guys? All right, let's go.
Whether it's on the ice or on our app, always play for the fun of the game. Gamble responsibly with Play Alberta.
This summer,
So just before we...
celebrate 20 years of Dawgs baseball at legendary Seaman Stadium, voted the best ballpark in summer collegiate baseball. From the crack of the bat to the energy of the crowd, there's nothing like a night with the Okotoks Dawgs. Bring the whole family for affordable, family-friendly entertainment, unforgettable moments, and some of the best talent in the country. 20 years.
What happened a couple innings ago?
Appreciate the update, Conrad. Now say that again, just twice as fast.
Not going to happen.
Okay. Well, Ricky Sanchez back in his familiar leadoff spot here in the bottom of inning number 4, with the Dawgs now forced to reckon with a 5-run deficit. And Sanchez watches the first pitch come across for a ball.
Hey, but we have to remember what happened last time in the 4th inning when the Dawgs came to the plate.
Indeed so. The Dawgs racked up 10 runs on that Saturday night here in Okotoks, and Sanchez watches a beautiful off-speed pitch just sort of fall into the zone for a called strike.
That 12-6 change just falls, as you said, back into the strike zone, but Ricky's not going to be too plussed.
The Gonzaga product watches this one come in, and he sends it towards short, hops up, able to corral it, sent over to first in time to retire number 8.
Yeah, Ricky definitely thought that one would take a bit of a stranger hop, but chopped down at first.
Well, and we've seen the Dawgs be able to exploit Jack Wheatley a tad over at short, but that now is...
Well,
is that still Wheatley over there?
That's Luke Wheatley that's there now. So it is the other Wheatley brother handling short.
Oh, my goodness.
So it is still a Wheatley.
It is. Cal Gates watches the first pitch coming high for a ball. 1 out of the count. Pitch number 2, and that one is outside. You can see it was just narrowly past the edge of the plate. 2-0 the count for Cal Gates, and Conrad, the Dawgs just got to keep getting guys on base.
Rome was not built in a day, so if you can just allow your teammates to come on that one, and Cal Gates gave that ball a ride.
He sure did. A moonshot towards the right field side, but that one ends up just past the border of the Urcandia Fieldhouse.
Off into the ATCO parking structure beside us.
This one is sent the other way, but backwards and out of play.
I don't know how much Gates is going to need that eye black that he has on for much longer.
Well, the sun will continue to stay in the sky for a little bit longer each day, at least for the next couple of weeks. Gates sends this one over the outstretched hand of the third baseman, Cardell Dick, and this is a one-out single.
First time on the base pass today for Cal Gates. And it'll be Connor Croson coming to the dish.
I will say, Conrad, a 3-run deficit would look a lot better than a 5-run one at this point of the game. We'll see if Connor Croson, holy smokes. We will see if Connor Croson can help erode that Bulls lead.
And he's kind of chosen a interesting piece of style this year. He's got the black helmet with the red jaw protector, so maybe matching the City Connects a little bit more. And Gates, every time he's on base, is going to draw stuff like that.
Well, Conrad, it's another year and another opportunity for me to pick the bone on these City Connects. You can't read the numbers. That's the only flaw with them. Croson golfs this one and past the third baseman Dick. And now look out. The runner circles and gets into third in time. So the Dawgs have runners at the corners as Cal Gates beats out the throw.
That is why they do say speed kills. And it gets runners on the corners for the Dawgs.
So that'll bring up Jaden Lusk. Lusk got a hit his last time up, Conrad.
Yes, he did. Actually, no, he struck out the last time, according to my stat sheet.
Got to hit his first time up.
No, you are correct. He did.
He did get a hit
last time.
That's what I thought, Conrad.
My brain's all fried after the 7 runs in the top of the inning.
Lusk watches that first one come in for a ball. We've seen a lot of first pitch balls already in the bottom half of this inning. The Dawgs have runs in every inning so far. We'll see if they can extend that stretch here. And now, a balk is called, and the Dawgs will get a run.
Most unconventional score you might see today, but the run balked in. So Cal Gates and Connor Croson causing a little chaos on the ball paths.
Well, and you could hear the balk calls coming from the Dawgs dugout. And the umpires clearly agree, as Croson is waved up to second and Gates is allowed to move home. And now the ball hops away and Croson will take advantage. He'll make his way up the line. And now the throw eats up Dick at third. And Croson is allowed to get in there safely. So a lot of free bases handed out in this inning.
As we said in our conversation just shortly ago, the free 90s are what kills you.
No kidding. So now Jaden Lusk has a 2-0 count.
And I wonder if Connor was kind of thinking, I've already gotten thrown out at third once today. A little hesitation there on his running.
That pitch is also not in the zone, just a hair outside. And Jaden Lusk has a 3-0 count. Lethbridge has 2 empty bases to play with, but if they do fill those bases, all of a sudden the tying run will be at home plate.
Yeah, and as we said, you generally, if you're up 3-0, the batter is not swinging, so gets a free strike on Lusk there.
3-1 the count. And this one is sent towards right field, but foul. And just barely foul.
Yeah, wind assisted as that wind is still blowing. As the weather does begin to cool down after a beautiful day in southern Alberta. Starting to see some of the guys who are not from Okotoks pull the sleeves down out of the longer sleeves down.
3-2 count. And that one is not in the zone either. So Lusk given a free base, and that'll bring up Nash Kroll.
And I think this might be the final AB. Yeah, they're going to call for a new pitcher. So that will be the day for Caden Willert. Willard will be responsible for the 2 runners on, and we'll have to see who comes in out of pin for the balls.
Yeah, we will take a quick step back. Mike and Conrad with you here on FloCollege. Keep it tuned as we will return with 2 on and Nash Kroll coming up to the plate. Back at it for the bottom half of inning number 4, where the Dawgs have already plated 1 run. They have 2 men on base. And with Bryce McGuire now on the mound for Lethbridge, it is Nash Kroll coming up to the dish.
McGuire did come in to pitch already this year. He pitched the game on Friday against Swift. 1.1 innings, 1 hit, 2 Ks on 20 pitches.
Kroll has a walk and a strikeout here today, and the first pitch that he sees is a ball.
And you have to hope that you can avoid another balked in run if you're watching from the town of Lethbridge.
Certainly not the ideal scenario.
Lethbridge, another city known in this province for having a fairly windy affair, as that one comes off the front facing and comes back into our fans.
Yeah, pretty hefty swing there by Nash Kroll as a spackle of clouds comes settling in over Siemens Stadium.
So what happens in Alberta when you have those warm summer days, or warm spring days, it'll lead to some of these cloudier evenings.
1-1, and that one bounces up to the plate. Kroll from Tennessee Tech, one of the most powerful hitters in the WCBL, and has made the very respectable choice to embrace the bald. As one of my friends would say, hashtag play bald. And that one is lasered into center field. Kroll will drive in another run, and it is 10-7.
That is a very, very Nash Kroll at bat. Just traditional contact hitter, no gloves. Just I just here for the love of the game and very technical hitting.
Talk about a throwback player.
Very much so.
So much fun to watch. Nash Kroll makes it a 3-run game. That'll bring up Jordan Kievman with 2 on, and still just 1 away.
Nash with the good old how to fill the scorecard. Takes a walk and scores, backwards K, and now the single.
1-1-1. First pitch to Kievman is in at the knees, 0-1.
Again, one of those borderline strikes we've seen called this today. Again, it's a veteran umpiring crew, so known commodities for the crew referred to as blue. Of course, now wearing black uniforms, but still, that's one of those nicknames that is just stuck.
Kievman sends this one out towards left, but it's going to find the berm.
And the plethora of children in that race, the rundown. Almost need the Kentucky Derby horn every time something's hit over in the direction of the berm.
The hit count now 11-10, and we're only in the 4th inning.
All in all, been a great baseball game. Of course, we'd like to not see the lopsided 7 on the scoreboard, just like I don't like seeing 8s on my golf scorecard.
Kievman sends this one towards center field. This one's shallow, though, but a tough play maybe made easy. As ranging back there, I believe, was the shortstop Luke Wheatley to make the catch.
Yeah, it's a tough call, especially when you're usually a third baseman, to get your depth there, and does end up being called for. Sometimes as the Dawgs commentator, you're like, come on, just do a little meeting of the minds out there. Run into each other, but doesn't happen that way, and we'll hand off to Hank Griffin.
On the out-of-town scoreboard this evening, Conrad, we did see the Toronto Blue Jays lose 7-3 to the Atlanta Braves. In the 4th quarter, the New York Knickerbockers up 94-92 on the San Antonio Spurs in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Now, this one is looped into shallow right center, but it is caught going back to get it for Lethbridge. That was their second baseman, Caleb Haney, retiring the side. Not before the Dawgs score 2 runs here in the bottom of inning number 4 to cut the Lethbridge lead to 3. It is 10.
This summer, celebrate 20 years of Dawgs baseball at legendary Seaman Stadium, voted the best ballpark in summer collegiate baseball. From the crack of the bat, affordable, family-friendly entertainment, unforgettable moments. 20 years, one incredible tradition. Your summer starts with the Okotoks Dawgs. Get your tickets now and be part of the legacy.
Well, as we enter the 5th inning, Conrad, I have to ask you the question, will you be going to Seaman Stadium's first ever bingo night this weekend?
I think I'm here for that one. I can't actually remember my schedule, but I know I definitely will be coming, regardless if I'm on the broadcast, for the 80s themed Titan Bright on Saturday.
Well, here's my idea. You have a bingo night, but you just call a number between every half inning.
I think it's more bingo in the case there's events around the stadium for fans to do, and they have their bingo card in that way.
Fascinating.
You want an explanation? I know there's an explanation on Instagram if you follow the Dawgs on there.
It is I.
You're younger than I am, but
it is I from the year 2006.
It's funny considering your sister's a social media manager.
I know. I've also been one at my in various crusades. Caleb Haney swings through that one, and he's behind 0-2 in the count here, Conrad. I don't know what it's been these last couple games, but my innings have always gone extremely long.
Yeah, it's just luck of the draw.
Haney takes a hefty whack at this one, goes high into the air, and it is caught over at third base by the old buddy Connor Croson.
Yeah, Connor Croson takes a leisurely 3 steps back and snags that one out of thin air.
Doing the conga line over there. It's 3 steps forward, 3 steps back. It's a little cha-cha.
A little cha-cha slide, maybe.
Joshua Milton up now. He has walked and come around to score in this game. First pitch to Milton is in there for a called strike. A beautiful curve there out of the hand of Nolan Jackson. Sort of a story of three, well, literally a story of 3 pitchers in this game. Gabe Brabeck threw 68 pitches, 44 of them strikes. So far, Jackson has thrown 17 pitches, 10 of them strikes. But then we saw Jack Thompson, who threw 26 pitches, only 11 of them strikes, Conrad.
Yeah, a bit of a tough go for the academy pitcher.
Well, and here's something. The Dawgs have thrown 111 pitches in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Entering the 7th inning of our last game, the Dawgs had thrown only 96, and their opponents, Lethbridge, had thrown 202. Those are not numbers that will be exiting my mind anytime soon.
No, you're certainly a mind like a steel trap for stats like that, Mike.
It was just remarkable.
It was, truly.
1-2 count here. It's low and blocked nicely by the man behind the plate, Jaden Lusk.
Yeah, it's good to see, but Jackson's been ahead in both of the counts, gets the fly out in the previous attempt, and now has brought the count back to even.
A quick half inning would certainly be welcome to the Dawgs faithful. This one is sent towards second, scooped up nicely there by Griffin, over to first in plenty of time, and there's 2 away.
And we kind of spoke that one into existence there, Mike, just trying to get the ground out, and does succeed in that venture. Put it in your scorebooks as 5-3 ground out. That'll hand the torch off to Carter Clarout, where he led off with a single and scoring in the first inning, but has struck out twice since.
Now that one bounces off the glove of Lusk. I think that's actually a 4-3 ground out. Just a second.
In the previous at bat?
Yes.
Yes, you are correct. He was one of the people who came through twice in that inning.
That's right. 1-0 count here. He's behind this time. 2-0 now, as he is. That is Jackson pitching to. That is Carter Clarout.
And as I said, always so key to have some of these veterans on your roster.
That one's in there. Just caught the outside part of the plate. 2-1.
Clarout vehemently disagrees.
Yeah, we saw last time up, Clarout had a very clutch hit. 2-1. That one's not close out of the glove.
Yeah, just released a little bit too early. Never got the bend back into that off-speed offering.
Three-1. Swing and a miss. Carter Clarout bit hard on that one. And now the count moves full.
Yeah, was selling out for the fastball, but got the off-speed. Bat out in front of baseball. Let's take the count to full.
3-2 count, 2 away, none on here. Big pitch. Will the Dawgs get a chance to get back in this one? Not immediately, as that is a walk drawn by Clarout.
Again, I understand pitching around the outsides to Carter Clarout. Ben that has a ton of power in that bat, and hey, putting him on board isn't generally a problem, but Lee Matsuzaki has been hitting very, very well to the 4-hole.
Indeed so. He is 3 for 3 today with a pair of RBI, but I suppose maybe he's due to go cold. We shall see.
Starting to go cold like this broadcast booth.
A little bit. Kind of a nice breeze, honestly. First pitch to Matsuzaki is straight down the middle.
Sometimes that's just what you have to do as a pitcher. Just say, I don't care if they sell out and ambush that first pitch. I'm going to throw my fastball right down the middle and try and get ahead. Then I can pay it around the outsides.
Second pitch coming up to number 22. Oh, that had some real nice movement to it, but it's just outside.
Yeah, we've seen Lusk steal a few strikes. Looked like he was close to stealing one there for his pitcher, but doesn't get the call.
1-1 pitch. Swung on and hit hard towards the gap. And this one will fall. Clarout moves to third. And the ball is thrown back quickly into the infield. So there will be runners at the corners now here with 2 away. And Conrad, we saw this in the 4th. Clarout extending an inning. And it continues here into the 5th.
And Matsuzaki now 4 for 4. But maybe fortunately, has Cardell Dick behind him that's 0 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts.
But maybe he's due for a hit.
2 ways you can look at it, I suppose.
2 strikeouts on Cardell Dick's record today. First pitch he sees coming now. Swung on and elevated towards center field. Camping out underneath that one is Aiden Krause, and he'll make the play to retire the side. So the Dawgs allowed 2 on, but they're both stranded. They fail, or pardon me, the Bulls rather failed to play to run after getting 7 in the top of the 4th. And they allow the Dawgs to come back in the bottom of the 5th and try to chip away even more into this 3-run lead. Mike Gould, Conrad Wood with you here on FloCollege. Be back with you after this for the bottom of inning number 5.
So, Mike, know how I was hypothesizing that this could be one of the many siblings that has come through the WCBL? I can now confirm it. Carlin Dick is the 4th of the Dick brothers. He's got brothers Carlin, who played in the WCL, Carter and Cardell.
Oh boy, doing a whole C thing.
Yeah, the alliteration Carson, rather.
A car thing. Carter, Cardell, Carlane, and Carson. Holy smokes. What happens if one of them starts going by Carr? Like, you know, by as a nickname. That becomes very confusing.
I just don't think that happens. But do you think they have to go now into like automakers? Like if they have kids, it has to be like Ford, Ferrari.
Well, you know, Conrad, you know what Henry Ford's son was named?
I do not. And you work at a car dealership, so I don't know why I didn't think you would know this.
Henry Ford's son was named Edsel. And he named one of his cars after his son. And it was awful. This one is sent towards third, right off the third baseman. And that's going to allow Kaufman to get on board. That's going to be a smoked single.
So we just. That one's got to sting a little bit.
Yeah, heavy hit there by Landon Kaufman. Wow, wow, wow. We talked about his power.
And we talk about the necessity for that guy in the 9-hole to be that second leadoff man, and definitely proving to be vital in that.
So Aiden Krause back up. Krause is 1 for 3 here today, and he watches the first pitch float in for a called strike.
As I'm grimacing in the press box, I don't think Aiden's going to be much more happy about that one.
0-1 count to Aiden Kraus. Outside, not even close. And now look out, they try to pick off the man at first, but not in time as Landon Kaufman manages just to eke by the throw.
Yeah, the back pick drew the first baseman off the bag. And even though Carter Clarout is a vet, that's a tough spin to put the tag on.
1-1 count to Kraus. That one's in there.
Oh. And again, another pitcher with a tough arm angle to read here for Lethbridge.
No relation as far as I'm aware between Aiden Kraus and Lawson Kraus of the Utah Mammoth. I do know, though, remember Noah Geeky down here in Okotoks?
I think his brother's pretty good at that hockey thing.
I would say so. That one is in the dirt. Count moves to 2-2.
And of course, we talk of Connor Geeky.
Well, and Morgan as
and
well.
Morgan, correct. And Noah. Like it's a family affair.
Athletes abound.
Not often you see that in different sports, though. Of course, you think of the Nurse family here in Canada's multi-sport family.
Or the Getzlaffs.
It's true.
Ryan and Chris.
Well, and the Vlooswicks, golf and hockey.
Sure. Hit and run put on. Kraus will be thrown out at first, but in the meantime, they do advance the runner Kaufman to second base. The Dawgs playing small ball here. They don't need to score 7 runs in an inning. They did that the last time they played.
Yeah, and speaking of the kings of small ball, here comes Ricky Sanchez.
Yes, indeed, Ricardo coming up to the plate.
Now, he's that Sanchez family, as we said. Another one of these multi-Dawgs families. Brother played here in Okotoks with our friend Danny Donnelly for a long time. So,
wait, Danny Donnelly played baseball?
Yes, actually played for both sides of this matchup.
I can't believe it. That first pitch to Sanchez is a called strike.
Yeah, Danny Donnelly, of course, one of the few guys who has played for multiple WCBL teams. Played for, as I said, both sides of this matchup. Played a year in Lethbridge and a year with the Dawgs.
0-1 count to Ricky. Fake pickoff, and now pitch very much inside. Had a chance at maybe plunking Sanchez had he not moved out of the way.
Yeah, I think Ricky was trying to sell it as if he did get hit.
Definitely on the inside, into the batter's box almost even.
Had to shuffle those feet right out of the way.
Sanchez is 1 for 3 here today. He scored one of the Dawgs' 7 runs. Here comes the pitch. Sanchez watches that one in for a strike.
Yeah, I think Ricky's kind of shaking his head saying, I should have swung at that one. It was middle.
Cal Gates, the man on deck, followed by Connor Croson. Jaden Lusk set as well. Lots of fans in attendance here cheering on the shortstop. 2-1 to Sanchez, or rather the 1-2, put up the line. And that's as easy a putout as you're going to see over at first base, as all he had to do over there was just sort of stand up straight, and wouldn't you know it, that is a 3.
I apologize, our scoreboard acting up on me. We'll get it fixed here, folks.
So Cal Gates now, here in the bottom of inning number 5, with the Dawgs looking to continue their streak of putting runs up on the board. They got a man on third, and Gates will end that streak here as he chops it to second, and a quick 4-3 putout will retire the side. So the Dawgs leave a man on third base, and they fail to plate a run for the first time in this game. After the 5th, it remains 10-7 here at Siemens Stadium. Mike and Conrad with you. Be back after this on FloCollege.
We want to launch them out of this Gatling gun. Is there anyone in the room that wants one? Look at fly! Thank you to Eyes 360.
Back at it for the top half of inning number 6 in a slightly darkened Okotoks sky, where the Dawgs have played to a 10-7 deficit after 5, Conrad.
And it is interesting to see that it has been a bit of a longer leash here for Dawgs pitching as we're heading into inning number 2 of Jackson Nolan's appearance. Well, rather inning number 3 because he's already gone 1.1.
Yeah, Nolan Jackson is going to get another crack at it here. He's thrown 30 pitches already. A little over half of them have been strikes.
But you have to remember that the Dawgs have a lot of games because of this makeup game this week. So pitcher's probably going to have to wear a few more innings than they normally would.
That first pitch to McTavish is swung through and missed entirely. 0-1 count. Again, Dawgs just have to limit the damage here, and McTavish will test them here as this one is poked into left field, just a couple of feet in front of Landon Kaufman, and that will land for a base hit.
Yeah, just a bloop single, and that can come back to bite you. Hey, Mike, I just have to pop out, so you're going to take over.
Sounds good. Bit of a hit parade is burgeoning here in Okotoks. 13-11 now up on the scoreboard. (10-7) remains the count where it really matters. First pitch now here to the new batter, McNeil, rather. 1-0 count. McTavish aboard. McNeil watches that one cross over for a strike. Mike Gould here with you on FloCollege. Without Conrad Wood for the time being, sure he'll be back in due course. Really a beautiful evening here in Okotoks. Just a mild wind. Pitch fouled back by McNeil, out of play. Count moves to 1-2. The Knicks did end up defeating the San Antonio Spurs in Game 1 of the NBA Final. 105-95. Ended up not even being all that close in the end. One-two count. This one is chopped towards second, and it'll get through as well. Runners on the corners here now with nobody out in the top of inning number 6. So a bit of a bad break there for the Dawgs as that one was put in exactly the right spot. And the Bulls' 14th hit of the game puts them in scoring position yet again. So Luke Wheatley comes aboard once more. He is 0 for 3 here today. Has struck out twice. Rather, check that. He's 0 for 2. He's struck out twice, and he has reached on a walk. That pitch is outside, 1-0. Second pitch here is also in there. Pardon me, that is in there. The first pitch was a ball. So that is 1-1. Pitch number 3 now to Wheatley. That is in there as well. 1-2 count. This is a big, big point in this game for the Dawgs. Critical pitch here, and it hits him. Oh, my. So the Dawgs load the bases at the most inopportune of times. Already trailing by 3 here in the top of the 6th. And that'll elicit a mound visit. So for the time being, it appears that Nolan Jackson will stay in the game. And his next test will be Rain Matsuzaki. Matsuzaki is 0 for 1 here in today's game. And that first pitch to Matsuzaki is outside. 1-0 count here with the bases loaded and nobody out in the top of inning number 6. Not what the Dawgs wanted to see. And that one's bounced up, blocked nicely, but still another ball. And things starting to go from bad to worse here for the undefeated Dawgs. Two-0 count, swung on, grounded to second. This one is scooped up and sent over to Kroll. So the score moves to 11-7 in favor of the Bulls. But the Dawgs do get their first out of the inning. So it's an 11-7 game. Mike Gould with you. I'm going to take you the rest of the way here on this Wednesday evening. That pitch comes in from Jackson, and it is a called strike. If you're just joining us, the Bulls lead 11-7. They just got a run off of a force play, a fielder's choice. Hits are 14-11, score 11-7, errors 2-1, quote unquote, in favor of the Dawgs. And now Jackson will take a second. Here's the 0-2. Swung on and missed. And that was tipped down, though. Looked like it might have been caught by Lusk, but instead ends up being a foul. And the at-bat will continue. That one is in there, called third strike, and that is a huge second out for Nolan Jackson. And now there are 2 away. So the Dawgs looking to limit the damage as much as possible here in the top half of inning number 6. They lead 11-7. The hits 14-11 in the Bulls' favor. And there's a called strike again, as Nolan Jackson is really starting to find his rhythm. Joshua Milton now up at the plate. And this one is swung on and hammered out to left field. It is carrying, and it is caught! Oh, remarkable catch out in center field, robbing extra bases and multiple runs. Aiden Krause with one of the best defensive plays this season so far, and the Dawgs retire the side here in the top of the 6th. Roll the highlight film for that one. The Dawgs end up escaping a bases loaded, no out situation with just one earned run. And they head into the bottom half of inning number 6. Still in this game, trailing by 4 runs. It is 11-7 here in the middle of the 6th inning. Mike Gould here with you. Stick around. Be back with you after these messages from Siemens Stadium on FloCollege.
For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With locations across the prairie, Stringham, your local lawyers.
Yo, does the one going?
Yes.
Can I join you guys? All right, let's go.
Whether it's on the ice or on our app, always play for the fun of the game. Gamble responsibly with Play Alberta.
Mike Gould back with you in the Dawgs broadcast booth here at Siemens Stadium for the bottom half of inning number 6. And we will start things off with Connor Croson, looking to build upon the indubitable momentum created by that catch by Aiden Krause to cap off the top half of the 6th. First pitch to Croson is fouled back into the netting behind the home plate. Dawgs trailing this game 11-7, but still very much within reach for them. Pitch number 2 to Croson is outside. Croson batted .401 with the Dawgs last year, one of the top hitters in all of junior college ball. One, and that one is low as well. Croson works the count in his favor. Croson, the Tennessee Tech product, looking to get things started on the right foot here in this pivotal bottom half of inning number 6. Big swing at that one, but he couldn't connect. The count moves back even. That was a very healthy attempt by Connor Croson, but unfortunately he just couldn't make contact. Two to number 10, and he fouls it back, stays alive. Connor Croson, one of the 3 pillars of this Dawgs infield, along with Ricky Sanchez and Nash Kroll. 2-2 again. That was a very low release point, and it ended up way inside. The count moves full. Bryce McGuire still pitching for this Lethbridge team. Has not allowed a run so far. Full count to Connor Croson. Swung on and sent into shallow center, and this one will drop for a base hit. Connor Croson starts things off in the bottom of the 6th with a single, and that will bring up the next man in the order, Jaden Lusk. Connor Croson is 3 for 3 today now. Lusk is 1 for 2 with a walk on his record. First pitch to Lusk, and he took a big hack at that one, trying to get onto North Railway Street, but he couldn't connect. 0-1 count to the catcher wearing number 16. Lusk replacing Lachlan Maud, who played for the Dawgs on Saturday, the last time these two teams took the field. 0-1 count, and that one is in there as well. Just caught the outside edge of the zone. Lusk asking the home plate umpire for a little bit of clarification. Pitcher likes what he sees. The 0-2. Check swing. And they'll say he held up in time. 1-2. Bryce McGuire now up to 30 pitches on the day. He replaced Caden Willard, who made it 3 1/3 with 6 earned runs and 81 pitches, only 47 of which were strikes. And now a pickoff, not in time. Croson gets back just before the tag is applied. One-two count. And this one is sent into right, and it will land for a second consecutive base hit. And the Dawgs have 2 aboard with nobody out here in the 6th. That'll bring up Nash Kroll. Before he hits, we here in the Dawgs broadcast booth want to send our very best out to Conrad Wood, who had to step away from today's broadcast to attend to a personal matter. Looking forward to getting Conrad back in the booth with us as soon as possible. Once again, my name is Mike Gould. I'm going to be taking you the rest of the way here solo on FloCollege. Two aboard for Kroll. Tried to check his swing, but he got a piece of it. That'll be a strike, 0-1. We've seen Nash Kroll mash that ball. Will he do it this time with the Dawgs trailing by 4? Low pitch. We saw Rain Matsuzaki behind the plate shed his gear quite quickly to try to get to that ball in time. One-one count rather for Kroll. McGuire deals. Outside, 2-1 the count. A walk here for Nash Kroll would be huge. Jordan Kievman is on deck, though, and he is 0 for 3 tonight. Huge pitch here for McGuire. He deals, and it hits him. Nash Kroll gets plunked, and the Dawgs have given the Bulls a taste of their own medicine. loading the bases with none away here in the 6th. And that'll elicit a mound visit for Lethbridge. We saw Lethbridge load the bases here in the 6th with nobody out, and they only got 1 run out of it. Now the Dawgs will try to beat them at their own game. Jordan Kievman is the man. Coming up here with an offer on his line for the day. Back on Saturday, however, Kievman went 3 for 5 with a pair of RBI and a walk in that 26-1 victory. A huge at-bat for Jordan Kievman early in this 2026 WCBL season. First pitch forthcoming, bases loaded, nobody out. Kievman watches it go by for a strike. The 0-1 to number 33 up next. Kievman swings on it and puts it out to center, and this one will drop. And it's bobbled out in center field. 1 run scores, 2 will score. Crowell goes to third base, and the Dawgs have cut the lead in half. It's 11-9. Jordan Kievman comes through with what will likely be credited as a 1 RBI single with a second run scoring off the error, an E8 most likely. And off of that, Hank Griffin comes up for the Dawgs. 11-9, Griffin is the go-ahead run. First pitch, inside. It is a 1-0 count here in Okotoks. Griffin at the dish. That one's outside. Well, once again, the Bulls have a empty base to play with, but you know they don't want to do that and load them again with nobody out. (2-0). Swung on and fouled back. Look out, everybody. The hits are now tied again, 14-all. And the Dawgs only allowing 1 run in that top half of the 6th, starting to feel even bigger than it did in the moment. (2-1) pitch. Oh, wow, nowhere close, and Nash Crowell will score. (11-10). McGuire throws it behind the Dawgs batter Griffin. And Crowell able to just jog in while Jordan Kievman advances to third. Griffin fouls it back. 3-2 count now. A sac fly ties it. Nobody is out. The Dawgs as resilient as ever. Griffin swings on it and loops it over to right, but it is foul. Griffin staying alive, but he got good wood on that one. The University of Mary product from Montreal, Quebec has worked this count full with nobody out. 3-2 again. Check swing, and that is a ball, and Griffin will take the base. And I'm sure this might be the end of McGuire's night. It looks indeed like that is the case. So we'll take a quick step back for this pitching change. Mike Gould here with you on this Wednesday night. Dawgs down by 1, 2 on, nobody away here at Siemens Stadium. Back at it here in the bottom of inning number 6, where the Okotoks Dawgs have fought back from an 11-7 deficit to make it 11-10. 2 men on here for Landon Kaufman, who has been excellent tonight. Kaufman is 3 for 3 with a pair of RBI, and he has a chance to add to both those totals here in this at-bat. First pitch to Kaufman. Runner breaks for second. The throw is in plenty of time. No! Wow! Another close play at second base, and another call that goes the Dawgs' way. Boy, I got to stop guessing on these calls because I guess I'm just not going to get them right up here. That one is inside. The count to Kaufman moves to 2-0. We should tell you the new pitcher in this game for Lethbridge is Shane Lanier. Two-0 pitch to Kaufman. Check swing in there. Oh, and the crowd at Siemens Stadium here does not like that call. Two runners in scoring position in what has been one of the most exciting games of this young season across the entire WCBL. Two-one count to Kaufman. Ooh, that was close, right on the inside. Very nearly hit him on the elbow, but instead the count will move up to 3-1. Hits are dead even, 14-14. 3-1 count. And that one, check swing. I don't know if it glanced off the bat. They say it did, and so the count moves to 3-2. Full count to Kaufman. In there, he gets rung up. And the crowd here in Okotoks not happy, but there is now one out up on the board. Kaufman retired for the first time today, and that brings Aiden Krause to the plate. Krause is 1 for 4, and he also had that highlight reel catch in the top of the 6th. First pitch he sees is a high strike. Wow. Lots of borderline calls in this game. Oh, 1. Krause decides to swing at it. It was kind of in the same spot. Count moves to 0-2. One away here for the Dawgs in the bottom of inning number 6. They could really use a hit here. Pitch number 3. Check swing. Did he go? No. Krause still alive here with 2 runners in scoring position. That one's high. Long ball game here in Okotoks, nearly 3 hours in the books already, and we're not even through 6. Krause watches that one. He works the count full. Krause has an empty base to jog to if he is given a 4th ball here. Here it comes. Swung on and fouled towards the Dawgs bullpen. Ends up in the seats. Aiden Krause trying to give the Dawgs a lead here, potentially. Fouls another one back. A relatively lengthy at-bat here. Here comes pitch number 8. Ricky Sanchez on deck for the Dawgs. Cal Gates and Connor Croson up next after him. 3-2 once more, and it hits him. Well, that's one way of getting on base. And now there are 3 on for Ricky Sanchez. Well, you knew when the Dawgs went down 10-5 that they weren't really out of it. And now we'll just have to see what Ricardo Sanchez can do. He's 1 for 4 tonight. Sanchez just needs to put some weight into this ball. First pitch is nowhere close. Shane Lanier has thrown 15 pitches since replacing Bryce McGuire on the bump for Lethbridge. Only 7 of those 15 pitches have been strikes. Here comes his second offering to Sanchez, who watches that one come across for a strike. One count. Oh, Sanchez swinging for the fences there, but he's way behind it. And the count moves to 1-2. Sanchez looked like he was sitting curve, and that one ended up coming in at full speed. One-two count. Sanchez stays alive, fouls it back. That pitch is outside. Big moment in the game right here. Ricky Sanchez trying to give the Dawgs a lead. Check swing, outside, did not go around. Count moves full. Full count. The Dawgs 1 ball away from tying this game. Here it comes, and it is single to right field, and they won't just tie this game, they'll take the lead. 2-run score off of a single from Ricardo Sanchez. Ricky Sanchez has completed the comeback for the Okotoks Dawgs, who trailed by as much as 5 runs at one point in this game and have now come back to take a 12-11 lead. So now it's Cal Gates' turn. Still 2 on for the Dawgs, still just 1 away. In a game that is now reached past 10 o'clock here in Okotoks. And this one he's lifted out towards shallow left field. And making the easy grab over there is the third baseman, Cardell Dick. Two away now for Connor Croson. Connor Croson started this inning with a single. Later came around to score, and now he's back up for the second time here in inning number 6. Croson takes that one inside for a ball. Croson got driven in earlier in this inning. Perhaps he can drive in some of his own. 2 on, 1 in scoring position. Croson watches another one. I don't think they're all that keen on pitching to him when Jaden Lusk is in the on-deck circle, but perhaps we'll see that strategy change. A long game in Okotoks here just gets longer. 2-0 pitch to Connor Croson is in there for a called strike. Looked like he was going for the same spot he tried to pick last time, but that time he was on the mark. Was the Lethbridge pitcher Shane Lanier. Two on to Croson, runners go, and it hits him! Oh my goodness. Another hit batter. And the Dawgs just continue to pile up the base runners here in the bottom half of the 6th.
The catcher, number 16, Jaden Lusk.
So Jaden Lusk comes up now, and he's one of only 3 Dawgs in this starting lineup without an RBI here today. The others being Aiden Krause and Hank Griffin. Every member of the Dawgs starting lineup now has recorded a hit. And the first pitch that Lusk sees is a called strike. Big opportunity here for Lusk to make his mark, with the Dawgs leading by the slimmest of margins here in the 6th. The 0-1 is high. Dawgs now out hitting the Bulls 15-14 in this game. Oh, Lusk swinging for the fences that time, but he just missed. Starting to wonder if we'll get out of here before midnight. It's taken us 3 hours to get through 6 innings. And this is a close game. It might not just take 9. 1-2. Check swing. Didn't go. Not even close. 2-2 count. 12-11 the Dogs lead this back and forth ball game that has seen both teams concede leads. And Lusk ends the inning with a swinging strikeout, but not before the Dogs plate 5 runs to come back from an 11-7 deficit to take a 12-11 lead into the top of inning number 7. Mike Gould here with you on FloCollege. Stick around, folks. Be back with you right after this for the top of the 7th inning here at Siemens Stadium in Okotoks.
Evening game. We'd also like to thank our trusted lawn care sponsor, Spruce It Up. Check out Spruce It Up for all your lawn care needs.
Now pitching for your Dawgs at Faulkner University, number 37, Bracken Rice.
Back here with you for the top half of inning number 7 here in Okotoks. And the Dogs have taken a 12-11 lead over the Lethbridge Bulls. New pitcher on the mound for the Dogs here in the 7th, and he's Bracken Rice. Out of Faulkner University from Clarksville, Texas. And he's thrown a couple of balls here to start his outing. That one's in there for a called strike. Pitch in the dirt here. Rice is going up against, I think that's Joshua Milton. Check that, it's Carter Clairhout, who is 2 for 3 in this game. And he lines that one into left field for a base hit. That pitch absolutely clobbered by Carter Clairhout. Not much that anybody on the Dogs could do about that one. And there's one aboard here with nobody out in the bottom, or the top half rather, of inning number 7. Lee Matsuzaki is up now for the Bulls. He is 4 for 4 today. The first pitch he sees is a called strike. That one just a hair outside. That pitch also outside. Matsuzaki this year playing at Nevada at the Mountain West Conference in the NCAA, where he is batting .321 through 26 games, including 4 home runs. Oh, Rice thought he had a strike there, but Matsuzaki wisely lays off, and the count moves to 3-1. Matsuzaki played for Lethbridge last year as well here in the WCBL, as he thought he had a ball there for a walk to first, but instead it's a called strike. Matsuzaki last year batted .318 in 50 games with the Bulls in the Summer League. Now he lined this one past the third baseman, Croson. And the Bulls have 2 aboard here in the top of the 7th. So there are 2 aboard now for Cardell Dick, the 21-year-old from Abbotsford, BC. And we're going to get a mound visit here very quickly for Bracken Rice. We did see Bracken Rice in that 26-1 game last Saturday. He actually gave up the only run in that game for Lethbridge. Cardell Dick up now for the Bulls. And the first pitch he sees is bounced up. Dick in his 4th season with the Bulls. Last played here in 2024, where he appeared in 10 games. The 1-0 fouled back. Dick's only full season to date in the WCBL was in 2023, when at age 18 he posted a .265 batting average across 42 games. Dick watches that one for a called strike. Okotoks in need of a strikeout here in the worst way. Relatively light on strikeouts here today. The Dawgs pitchers have only thrown 6 of them, and that's not going to be a strikeout-inducing pitch in any world. Nevertheless, the Dawgs leading 12-11. Two-two count. And this one is lined into left. And the runner will round third and come home to score and tie this game. 12-12. Carter Clarehout does it again. Gets the party started and then comes around to finish it off. The hits tied at 16 apiece. Now it's Brennan McTavish at the plate. The first pitch he sees is outside, ball 1. I must say, this is one of the longest games I can remember calling here in Okotoks. Just from a duration standpoint, we're at 10:15 local time here. And that's a ball, and the fans here don't believe it. The crowd is thinned rather significantly here, as the end is not necessarily in sight. And again, we're not even through 7. This one is popped high in the air, but out of play. Count moves to 2-1. Starting to get a little chilly out there. That one's fouled back, and if not for the netting, it would have hit me. 2-2. Pitch in the dirt. Blocked nicely there by the Dawgs catcher Lusk. 3-2 count. Again, the Dawgs just need to find a way to get that third strike. Another pitch fouled back that, again, had it not been for the netting, would have hit me. The blankets are starting to come out here at Siemens Stadium. Could be a long night. 3-2, fouled again. This one onto the berm. Getting set now for the 8th pitch of this at-bat. Noah McNeil due up next for Lethbridge. Three-two, high. Bases loaded, nobody out. Stop if you've heard that before. That is the 3rd walk drawn by McTavish today. And that will spell the end of the day for Shane Lanier, who makes it through 1 inning and has 3 runners on base, all attributed to him. We'll take a step back for this pitching change. Be back with you right after this on FloCollege.
Now pitching for your Dawgs out of FloCollege, number 14, Dalton Hopper.
So Dalton Hoffert comes on now for the Dawgs with, stop me if you've heard this before, the bases loaded and nobody out. The 3rd consecutive half inning in which A team has loaded the bases with nobody out. Last time around, the Dawgs were able to plate 5. Lethbridge only got 1. This inning, they already have 1, and now they have the bases loaded. Hoffert's first opponent is McNeil. He'll ground this, and it gets through. Oh, no. And this will plate 2 runs on what should have been a routine double play ball to second. Oh, boy. Noah McNeil reaches on an error. A disaster for Hank Griffin over at second base. And it is 14-12 in favor of Lethbridge. Runners on the corners now with still nobody out. Hoffert throws a pitch that is low. Oh, baby. It is the top of the 7th inning. It is 10:22 p.m. here in Okotoks. The crowd is thinned out. It is 14-12, and we just had a pickoff attempt. Hoffert's going to throw some pitches now, and that's going to go to Luke Wheatley at the plate. That one is also not a strike. The count is 2-0 with nobody out and 2 men on as the Dawgs trail by 2 in a game in which they have led and trailed numerous times. This one is fouled, 2-1. Will the 7th inning stretch ever occur? We do not know. This game is interminable. Pitch number 4 to Wheatley coming up. Pickoff attempt. They thought they had him. But Nash Kroll's celebration is short-lived as he returns the ball to the pitcher. Two-one count, top of the 7th, nobody out. Inside. And did it hit him? It hit him. And the Dawgs have loaded the bases again. The 2nd time this inning they have loaded the bases with nobody out. Well, in the game on Saturday, the Lethbridge Bulls couldn't pitch. Now tonight, neither team seems to be able to control the strike zone. Okotoks scored 26 runs on Saturday, and the 2 teams have combined for that many today. And we're not even through the 7th. Swing and a miss, a strike finally, and it's an 0-1 count. (16-16) the hits. It's Rain Matsuzaki up now. Swing and a miss again. The ball gets away, but it is corralled quickly by the Dawgs' catcher Lusk. Bases loaded, nobody out. Oh, 2 count. Swing, and it is fouled up the first base line. Ended up looking like it bounced off the line itself and goes foul. Another 0-2 pitch coming up now, still with 0 outs in the top of the 7th. Here it comes. And it's low. Another opportunity for a third strike not fulfilled. And this one is swung on and sent towards center. And we have an out, but we're also going to get a run coming in from third base. Matsuzaki drives one in, and it is 15-12 here on the top of the 7th. One out here in the top of the 7th. So now it's Caleb Haney's turn. He has been uncharacteristically quiet tonight, 1 for 5. Two on, one away here on the top of the 7th. And the first pitch to Haney is in the shale. One 0 to Haney is also outside. Haney, a 5'11", 180-pound infielder from the University of Mary. Ahead in the count, 2-0 here. Make it 3-0. And the Dawgs are at risk of loading the bases for the third time this inning. Outside, a 4-pitch walk, and the Dawgs have loaded the bases for the third time this inning. Caleb Haney's tenure with Lethbridge dates back all the way to 2021, if you can believe it. And now he's aboard. Joshua Milton joining him. Joshua Milton, the left-handed batter, up to the dish. First pitch to Milton, checks his swing, and they'll say he went around. Or no, they'll say it was a called strike. Milton, a product of Richmond, Texas. Swings and is now behind in the count, 0-2 after fouling that one off. Milton went 1 for 3 in the loss to the Dawgs on Saturday. Oh, 2 to Milton. Swung on and fouled. Milton played in 45 games at Our Lady of the Lake University in San Antonio, Texas last year. Batting .433 with 2 home runs, 15 walks, 58 hits. Very much a small ball player, though. Only 8 of those hits of the extra base variety. That pitch to Milton is a ball, 1-2. And now the home plate umpire having a chat with the Dawgs pitching coach. Or no, that's Lou Pote. And Lou Pote does not like that ball call. And Lou Pote making no doubt about his feelings about that call. He thought that should have been the second out of the inning. Instead, we play on. 1-2, swung on and put out to center. And this one is caught, shallow center field. Will this one be in time? Oh, yes! He is out! A double play from center field. Call it an 8-2, and the Dawgs get out of this inning. Well, after the monotony of the start of this inning, they pull an 8-2 double play, and they end the inning just like that. We'll be back right after this with the bottom of the 7th here on FloCollege.
It's getting a little chilly, a little late. It's time to get up and warm up a little bit. It's time to join Brett Rose in the 7th inning stretch, so let's get up. We've been sitting a while. All right, Brett, ready to take us out to the ball game?
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever go back. So root for the Dawgs team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
Oh, let's get some energy. Let's get warm. Seaman Stadium, let's make some noise for the boys.
Ready to transform your future? At Macamee College, we believe in the power of education. With flexible programs and hands-on training, your success story starts here. Macamee College. No limits, just possibilities. Visit us online today.
First baseman, number 44, Nash Kroll.
Well, a back and forth affair here at Seaman Stadium on this Wednesday night, a makeup game between the Dawgs and the Lethbridge Bulls. And now Nash Kroll gets things started off in the bottom of the 7th. The Dawgs trail 15-12. It's been that kind of night here in Okotoks. That pitch missed everybody. We have been going here for 3.5 hours, and we've still got 2.5 innings left to play. 1-1 to Kroll. He swings heartily, but he misses. Got a little piece, but that's all. We should mention that Caden Coldwell is now in for the Lethbridge Bulls. Kroll fouls this one off. I believe we saw Coldwell the other night on Saturday. We did. On Saturday night, Caden Coldwell threw 35 pitches, allowed 3 walks and 7 runs in just 2/3 of an inning. 2-2 count now. Coldwell's on the bump now, facing Nash Kroll. Two to Kroll. In there for a called strike. He gets rung up, 1 away here in the bottom of the 7th, and Kroll does not like it one bit. So that'll bring out Jordan Kievman. Kievman is 2 for 4 here today, and he sends this one into left field. And it will drop for extra bases. Jordan Kievman with a healthy double. And there's 1 on with 1 away here in the bottom of the 7th. Now it's Hank Griffin's turn. Griffin looking to atone for that fielding error in the top half of the inning that cost the Dogs a pair of runs. Griffin is 1 for 2 today in 4 plate appearances. Griffin took a whack at that one, but didn't connect. 1-1. Dogs plated 5 in their last half inning. Have not gotten anybody across here in the 7th. That pitch to Griffin is outside. Count moves to 2-1. Pickoff attempt over at second, and it gets away. Kievman, though, is unable to advance. Good backup there by the shortstop. That was Wheatley covering. Kievman on second, Griffin at the plate, 2-1 count. And this one is lined up the left field line, but foul. Good take there by Griffin, and the count moves to 3-2. Full count for Griffin. Swings and misses, and there's that third strike the Dogs could have used in the top half of the inning. 2 away here in the bottom of the 7th. Now here's Landon Kaufman. One of two Dogs with 3 hits tonight, the other being Connor Croson. Kaufman pops this one up into the seats on the first pitch he sees. 1 on, 2 away for Landon Kaufman. Oh, 1, fouled again. Kaufman watches that one come in for a ball. One, 2 now coming up to Kaufman. Outside. This next pitch will be the 360th of the game. And it's outside, and the runner, Kievman, will advance to third. Caden Coldwell, though, nevertheless looking a bit stronger in this outing. Has struck out a pair, thrown 18 pitches, 10 of them strikes in 2/3 of this inning. Kaufman fouls that one off. Count remains full. Well, folks, if you're still following along with us here on FloCollege, first of all, we really appreciate it. Second of all, I mean, I don't know when this one's going to end. But Landon Kaufman advances to first base with a walk. Aiden Krause comes up now for the Dogs. Aiden Krause up now. First pitch to Krause is high and inside for a ball. This one is popped high in the air towards center field, and the side is retired. The Dogs strand 2. They still remain down by 3 after 7. Talk to you at the top of the 8th. We'll be back right after this.
It's 50-50 time. For money for all of you fans, we do host a winning number on our social media
exclusive line supplier of the Dawgs. Now pitching for your Dawgs, attending the University of Houston, number 30, Max McCrary.
Here it comes, the top of inning number 8 here in Okotoks. We're at Siemens Stadium. The Dawgs trail the Bulls by a 15-12 score. The hits 17-16 in favor of Lethbridge. And we shall see if the Dawgs are able to mount a comeback here. My name is Mike Gould. This game has been going on for nearly 4 hours. And at this point, we're just doing our best to stay awake, I think. Seeing if the Dawgs are able to mount some sort of comeback. Max McCrary now the pitcher for the Dawgs in this game. And the first pitch that he throws is a ball. Going up against Carter Clairhout, who got the Dawgs into a bit of a bind in that 7th inning. One count. And that one is swung on and missed. McCrary has thrown some good pitches here. One-two count. Ball is low. The 2-2 now for McCrary. Oh, wow. That one is called a ball. Some protests about that non-strike call. And now we'll see what this one brings. Swung on and missed. An honest-to-goodness swinging strikeout. And there's one out here in the 8th. Now it's Lee Matsuzaki, who is 5 for 5 today. And he swings and misses on a ball that gets past the catcher. And it's 0-1. It's never a good sign when both the batter and the catcher miss on a ball, but it's 0 for 1, or 0-1 rather. Oh, 1. Not bad, but a little low. 1-1. One and one with one out here in the top of inning number 8. The Dawgs might have as many as 2 more chances to get back even in this game. Oh, wow. That pitch was close to missing the batter's box entirely. 2-1. Next pitch, swung on and missed. Matsuzaki 1 strike away from being retired for the first time today. Two. Matsuzaki puts this one into center field, and this one is caught. Aiden Kraus ranges back to make another nice catch, and Matsuzaki is retired for the first time in 6 tries. Now it's Cardell Dick's turn. First pitch to Cardell Dick is swung on and sent to short. Sanchez knocks it down, but that's all he'll manage to do as Dick manages to get aboard with an infield single. A 1-2-3 inning would have been too much to ask for, I guess, but we will continue on here with 2 away and 1 aboard. Now it's Brendan McTavish, who has walked 3 times today. McTavish has 4 runs on 2 at-bats. First pitch to McTavish is in there for a called strike. It is 10:53 p.m. in Okotoks, Alberta, and we're not through the top half of the 8th. 0-1. In there. Called second strike. The 0-2 to McTavish up next. Here it comes. And he misses. One-two count now for McTavish, who you don't want to let back into account. Again, he's walked 3 times today, but not this time as he swings and misses. And the Dawgs get out of the top of the 8th mercifully quickly, and we'll head into the bottom half of inning number 8 with them still trying to claw back from a 15-12 deficit. Mike Gould here with you. Stick around, folks. Back with you right after this on FloCollege.
Have you ever wondered if there's one thing that connects people from across our province? Something that connects the coffee shop to the spray park, or the brewery to the rodeo, the campground to the sports field. It's pretty amazing when you think about how it's all connected, because it truly is. And it's all we think about, so you don't have to.
It is Ricky Sanchez leading off for the Dawgs here in the bottom of the 8th, trying to kickstart a rally. similar to what we saw in the 6th. And Sanchez starts things off instead by lining out to first base on the first pitch. All of a sudden, the Dawgs are down to their final 5 outs. Cal Gates up next. First pitch to Gates is high. Gates, a product of Bedford, Indiana. Batting 175 with a 268 on base percentage at Indiana in the Big Ten this year. Two-one count here. Cal Gates has 1 home run in 31 games at Indiana this year, 3 doubles, 11 hits in 63 at-bats. He's also walked 6 times, struck out 18, and hit twice. And Cal Gates gets hit by a pitch. Doesn't really matter either way. He was already ahead in the count 3-1. So now that brings up Connor Croson. Big opportunity here. Big opportunity here for Connor Croson with 1 on. Dawgs trailing by 3. First pitch he sees just tickles the outside corner. Uh-oh. And he's got him at first. Cal Gates. Cal Gates picked off. So now 2 away and not on for Connor Croson as Gates was caught with too high of a lead. Ball called towards Croson. That one's in there for a strike. Now Croson calls time. It is 11 p.m. here in Okotoks. Two count. Croson fouls that one off. Count remains 2-2 here for Croson in the bottom of inning number 8, 2 away after Gates was picked off at first. Croson sends it into the gap between first and second, and he's aboard with 2 away here in the bottom of the 8th. Now it's Jaden Lusk's turn. Lusk is 2 for 4 here today for the Dawgs. Lusk, a product of Vernon College. Batting .377 in 53 games this year. Healthy swing by Lusk, but he missed 1-1. Lusk watches that one come in for a ball. Lusk fouls that one off, heads toward the berm. Count moves full on that ball, 3-2. 1 away, or pardon me, 2 away, 1 aboard. Healthy leadoff over from first, but of course it's going to be rendered moot as Lusk walks. Two away, 2 on, and we're going to get a pitching change. We'll take a break. Be back with you right after this on FloCollege. All right, back at it in the bottom of the 8th inning. And it is Nash Kroll at the plate with 2 on and 2 out. Kroll representing the tying run. Can Kroll tie this game and extend it perhaps? The first pitch Kroll sees is a ball. The second pitch he sees is clobbered high into the air. Will this be playable? Yes, the inning is over. The Dawgs strand 2. They fail to score in the 8th. We head to the top of the 9th. This game is still separated by 3 runs. Back with you after this on FloCollege. Back at it here for the top of inning number 9. It is Wyatt Sadlier on the bump from North Central Community College. The Calgary product will take us through the top of the 9th. Sadlier's first pitch is a strike to Noah McNeil. McNeil is 4 for 5. Swings at that one, grounds it up the first baseline. Fair. And he is punched out by Nash Kroll. A quick out here in the top of the 9th. And that brings up Luke Wheatley. Sadlier working quickly here. Beautiful pitch in there for a called strike. Great movement on that one. Sadlier's dealing. Swung on to Kroll. And another unassisted putout by the first baseman. Back-to-back quick outs. Am I dreaming? It's the top of the 9th inning. 15-12. A game that has gone on over 4 hours here in Okotoks. And now, Sadlier throws again. That one's just a bit too low. 1-0. That one swung on and missed. A healthy cut there from Matsuzaki, but he fails to contact it. That one just a bit too high. Sadlier, the 7th different Dawgs pitcher here today, and that's a beautiful pitch. Swung on and missed by Matsuzaki. And we are this close to a 3-up, 3-down inning. The 2-2. Lined up the first base line, but foul. The 2-2 again. Swung on, fouled once more. That one ends up in the seats. Once more from Sadlier. This one put just foul. Seventh pitch of the at-bat, just high. Count moves full. Three-two, swung on, put high in the air, out to left field. A 3-up, 3-down, top of the 9th. How about that? We'll go to the bottom half with the Dawgs looking to come back. Be right back after this. It's time for the bottom of the 9th. Hooray! We'll see if the Dawgs can come back. It's 15-12. It's been a while since we've seen any runs. None since the top of the 7th. And now it is Jordan Kievsman's turn. Kievman is 2 for 5 today. He starts things off here in the bottom of the 9th by fouling it off. It's the Dawgs' first time batting in the bottom of the 9th since their come-from-behind walk-off in Game 2 of the year. Keeveman swings and misses, and he's quickly behind 0-2. On deck here is Hank Griffin. Griffin is 1 for 3 tonight. After him is Landon Kaufman. That pitch is low. One-two pitch. Fouled by Keeveman. Another 1-2. Low. Can Keeveman get on base to start things off? Fouls that one back. Took a healthy whack at it too. Getting close to 4.5 hours here at the ballpark. Keeveman puts this one into left. Caught. One away. Hank Griffin up now, representing the penultimate out for the Dawgs in this game. Griffin got a piece, went right into the glove. That's one strike. Swings and misses at that one, 0-2. And the Dawgs are down to their final 4 strikes. The 0-2 to Griffin, lined and caught. Directly at the second baseman. One of the easier plays that Caleb Haney will make all year, and now Landon Kaufman represents the last gasp for the Dawgs.
Number 2, Landon Kaufman.
Kaufman sends it right to first, and this game is over. The Okotoks Dawgs drop this one by a 15-12 final score. They fall to 3-1 on the season. This game went over 4 hours long here at Siemens Stadium, and we really, really appreciate you sticking around with us for all 9 innings. Turned out to be a pretty long one, and now we'll just have to wait and see how the Dawgs recover after a setback on their home field. Well, folks, my name is Mike Gould, and once again, we are sending our very best out to Conrad Wood this evening as we lost him midway through our broadcast to attend to a personal matter, and we're sending, once again, all the best to him and his family. Until next time, folks, thank you all for tuning in. This has been Okotoks Dawgs baseball here in the WCBL. One more time, Lethbridge wins this game 15-12, live on FloCollege.